Hold on. Let me finish chewing. So it's really to the discretion of the bar. Like, I know in the States, there are a limited amount of, like, which bars and which clubs will let you in, and which bars and clubs will even let you, like, drink, which bars and clubs will even, it's really the discretion of the bar. I know in Rhode Island is one of the very few states that, Rhode Island is one of the very few states that let you go into the club, but you just get like a wristband, so you can't, like any club, like it's like law across the entire state. And some states might be like that as well, because that's why I moved to Rhode Island when I started doing drag, is so I could start performing in drag at 18. So it's definitely possible, but like in LA, I'm sure there's probably like one or two or like a handful of bars that will let you in with like a wristband, but like it would probably be a hassle because you're gonna be like, oh, can I go in? And they're gonna be like, like it's probably gonna be annoying. So it's not common just because the people at the club don't want to have to like worry about underage drinking. You know what I mean? Hi T, welcome in. But if you come to Rhode Island, you'll be fine. I know, literally. I mean, you could just go and drag to every bar with someone else's ID. I shouldn't be saying that on the stream, but like, that's what I did. Like when I was, okay. When I was underage, I would use someone else's ID and just like paint super dragged up so I was unrecognizable on the ID. And they just have to be like, okay. I shouldn't say that, that's illegal. I didn't say that. I'm talking about my Minecraft Let's Play. I did that in my Minecraft roleplay Let's Play. What the fuck did I just step on? I am literally trapped right now. These Pokemon are not leaving me alone. I'm literally trapped. Somebody help me. Uh-oh. Exactly. Oh, I need to go find the person that does the remembering the moves, because I keep accidentally saying no to getting some new moves, and all my Pokemon aren't as strong as they should be. You can do it in your menu? Like which way? Like what menu? Go to your Pokemon, it'll say Remember move. Summary. Change moves. Perfect. Thank you. I know, me too. I remember this in Arceus. Here we go. She has a lot of moves that I could definitely use, and she could be a lot stronger, but she's not. I didn't know she had flying type moves. Oh wow. Work. I like want to keep synthesis. I'm gonna get rid of absorb. Synthesis is a really good move. I'm gonna get rid of sleep powder just because I have Slowbro with like the stuns and stuff. So, like he has disable and yawn. I'm just gonna keep that on Slowbro. Thanks, Harley. Thank you. What's up, babe? Happy to see ya. Oh, what? Mystical fire, you better. Oops. I'm still not used to the controls, and I've been playing this game for like 4 days in a row. See, like, look, what am I doing? Like, what am I doing? Girl. Me. He has okay moves. Yeah, I found it running around. I was like, yes, Mimikyu. Yeah, I'm very happy I found it. Hi, MSK, welcome in. I don't think she has good enough moves yet. She's not like powered up. That actually scared the shit out of me. No pun intended. Hey Ava, happy to see you. Astonish. Shadows. Shadow Sneak is more powerful, so we're gonna use that. We're gonna use that, honey! Sorry. I'm not gay. I just like don't really understand the terrestrialized, like randomized Pokemon you find in the wild. Like, yeah, they have like a cool gimmick with the terrestrialized stuff, but like, I just have no desire to catch any of them. Like, at all. Tyranitar? Something like that. I heard the ending to this game is really good. No spoilers, but somebody was like, oh, I'm gagged. And I was like, oh. So I'm not far at all in this game, so I'm trying to make a lot of progress today. Like, I'm probably gonna stream pretty late tonight if anybody is interested in staying up. I'm also going through a lot, so I just want the company. Yeah, I'm excited. I don't think I'll get to the end tonight. Like, that's a little ridiculous. but I only have 3 gym badges, I think. So I definitely need to put a dent into that. I want to go to the snow area because, like, I know I'm not gonna like that area. But I also haven't done Miss Bitch down here. Honestly, this guy is really cute. Team Star's Dark Leader. He's such a cutie. Thank you guys for hanging. I'm probably gonna, I want to do a lot of progress in this tonight, but I think maybe tonight I might switch to, I want to play the new Dark Pictures game. I don't know if I'll save it for tomorrow's stream or if I'll do it, like, I'll start it tonight and finish it tomorrow. I don't know, but I'm really interested in playing it because, like, it looks really good. It's about a, it's about 5 kids, not kids, like teenage, whatever, young adults. They get trapped in a hotel and it's like a Saw, like, scary, like, tense slasher film. So I'm excited. I want to play it. I've heard there's bad reviews because the port to PC is bad, but what can you do? We all can't be winners. No, it's okay, Lucy. No one's obligated to stay. It was just a suggestion. Or, like, me being needy. Shocker, me being needy? Wow. It's almost like I'm not even gonna make that joke. It's inappropriate. Chopper, thank you so much for 20 months, babe. Thanks for coming back. 5-month streak. Thanks you so much. Love ya. I need to change my attire because if we're not doing the summer section, I want to change my attire. Like, the sunglasses gotta go. I wanted to make it look like, so every, like, region I'm in a different attire. So, like, I want to change, if we're gonna go to the winter region, I want to change to that. I want to be in, like, a beanie, like, glasses, like, bundled up. Because the pictures are cute. Like, you get to take pictures when you finish a battle, and it's really cute. So, let's try doing that. Let's try to find... There is! You want to know something funny? How do I change my attire? I thought it was funny, so I bought it. Where is it? I'm literally a Power Ranger with this helmet on. I think it's so funny. I know, doesn't it sound good, Ava? Like, I think it's, from what I've heard, people are saying it's the best Dark Pictures game so far. Also, the next Dark Picture game is going to be a, it's like a, you guys know, I don't like space. But for this one, I'm a little excited because they're doing like a thing xenomorph chapter for Dark Pictures. It's gonna be like a space-eating bacteria in like a space station set in 2084. So it sounds really scary. But that's their next game for next year, I think. If you're not a fan of Dark Pictures, I don't know what you're doing. I think they're some of the best games in the new gen. They're responsible for games like The Quarry. They're responsible for games with the Ashley Tisdale in it. That new Ashley Tisdale, House of Ashes. They're really good. How are you enjoying this new Pokemon game? Ricky, I'm really loving it. I know there are some critiques of many people, but like I said yesterday or whenever I streamed, I'm just someone that really loves like bad graphics. Like, I'm not the person to really be like, okay, Nem, go into detail about the graphics. Like, I love shitty graphics. I love polygons. I love retro gaming. So like, this game feels like home to me. Like, I love Wii U graphics. I love Wii graphics. I love GameCube. It feels like that era. So like, I'm not too mad about it. So I really love it. And like any Pokemon content, I kind of just eat the shit out of it. That sounds wrong. You know what I mean. Yeah, people have said the story's really good. I really love the character design of all the gym leaders. I love the cast of Pokemon. Apparently the story is really good. There's really fun features. I think the positives outweigh the negative, and just like the gamer tech bros that do the reviews are kind of just like ripping into it. So that's just my opinion though. I'm just gonna do it. I need to get EXP little items. So I hate negativity. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to feed into it. I'm also not the part, like, a lot of people that are talking about the game are like random people on the internet. Like I know my place. Like I am just a silly little streamer that likes my silly little video games. So I'm not gonna be like, let's go into the intricacies of everything wrong with this game. You know what I mean? So what is that space game called? The one I just talked about the space eating parasite? It doesn't have a name yet. I have no idea. Just look up Dark Pictures Presents and then Space 2084 or something. I had a shiny limit use self-destruct. I was running around the other day and Voltorb literally self-destructed in front of me and I literally thought I was gonna die. Like I literally screamed. I was so scared. Hi Ray, welcome in. But like, also for people that are like considering buying this game, y'all know, if you know my channel, you know I don't like to dilly-dally. You know I don't like doing side quests. You know I like to get through the story and move on with my life. But bitch, this game has got me together. Like, I am filling out the entire Pokedex. I haven't even done any of the story progress. I am like so behind. Like, that, I think it's very telling. Self-destruction when someone looks at you the wrong way. True. I also want to... What? I also want to self-destruct and blow up and... DIE. Huh? In Minecraft. My boyfriend has a bunch of things to say about this game. He wants to like it, but can't overlook things. Rest in peace, my Scarlet exclusives, please. What the fuck is that? The booby slit is sexy. Thank you. This is the dress I wore at PAX East. Also, funny story, they just announced PAX East again. So I'm excited to go. It's in Boston again. Any friends that maybe want to do something, maybe we can plan something. I'd love to do something. But it's in March, my birthday month, so it could be fun if we did something like that. I thought I was gonna have a companion for the con, but looking like I won't. So... Oh, it's the evolution of Spoink. Work. Hi Goose, happy to see you. Anyone wondering, I won't go crazy at this PAX. I went a little wild at West, but that's because I was in Seattle. I wasn't in Boston. Let's be real. What am I gonna do crazy in Boston? There's nothing to do. Everything shuts down at 9 p.m. Well, I did jump out of an Uber in Boston last time I was at PAX, but that's because I forgot I forgot my luggage at the after party. So I had to jump out of my Uber. I had to call Talos, and I was like, Talos, I'm lost in the city. Please help. And Talos was like, girl, you are always a mess. And I went, yes, I know, Talos. Thank you for reminding me. It wasn't rainy at all. It rained like a couple like minutes during the con, but we just went back inside. But like, it wasn't, I don't think it rained at all. Oh, it did rain one day, but it was after the convention. It was very rainy that day. But we went to the Starbucks HQ and it was kind of fun. We went to like one of the Starbucks Prudential Centers, and it had like fancy sandwiches and giant drinks and like a smorgasbord bar of like everything you could eat. It was really cool. Oh, Gabe, thank you for subscribing. Thanks, babe. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. When's your birthday? My birthday's March 11th. I'm a Pisces. Yeah. Very unstable Pisces. Work. I love my Pisces besties just because we're always so misunderstood. Is that a Gumi? Ava, wait, Ava, are you still here? Everybody call attention to Ava. Ava's favorite Pokemon is Wooper. Ava, have you seen the evolution of Wooper? It's literally so cute, you're gonna die. I saw like a TikTok and it was like, the perfect Pokemon doesn't exist, and it was the Wooper. Okay, well, thanks, Gumi, ruining my day. Does anyone know what level it evolves at? The Wooper? Oh wow, everybody has Clodsire. Wooper is 20. Okay, maybe we can catch this one and evolve it. Let's see. Work. My dress is like way too tight. It's like suffocating me. Oh, excuse me. God. I know. I'm just like farming the raids. I'm glad they kept it because like it's honestly so ideal. Oh yeah, we could definitely get this Wooper. Oh wait, he's not in my party. Come back. Where are you? Where is he? Here he is. Perfect. Here we go. Here he comes. He's so silly. He's so silly. Look at him. He's so funny. He's just a flat fuck. I love him. It's Flat Fuck Friday. So cute. Let me like go to an area where I can like inspect him. Oh, he jumps off the cliff? I'm literally just trying to open the camera and it's like its own issue. Just, is he all right? Like, what is wrong with him? You all right? Oh, he's so cute. They did a really good job this gen with new Pokemon, honestly. Like, there are a lot of, like, Pokemon in this gen that I'm like, okay, stan. The last two gens, I wasn't really impressed. I'm in my cutie box. Have you guys seen this Pokemon? Literally a vacuum cleaner. It's literally just a vacuum cleaner. Like, alright. Also a dung beetle. What Pokemon am I looking for right now? This dolphin is really cute. Like, she's really cute. Great new addition. I like this Pokemon too. This is really cute, like a cute little doggy. Little pug. They did a really good job with the new gen. Like, new Pokemon. Even this one, like, it's literally just a tumbleweed, but I find something very charming about this tumbleweed Pokemon. I don't know. Oh, Gothita, yeah. I need to make her Gotharita. I love this, like, random obscure Pokemon. Like, there's literally just a flamingo, engine vacuum cleaner, and then a tumbleweed. I think it's funny as fuck, honestly. Oh, I need to catch this guy, but I don't. I'm not proud of this, but I have to do it for the Pokedex. He is in every game. Like, I hate this Pokemon. Like, die. Girl. Honestly, that'd be camp. Okay. Whatever. Guess who doesn't GAF? I need to catch Scyther too, but Scyther keeps escaping. The killer is escaping. Help me! Flabebe is in this game, yeah. There's actually a quest. Oh, I do need to catch a Flabebe. Because somebody was going to give me a Snom for a Flabebe, and I love Snom. Anytime I see some of these Pokemon from the older gen, I just think about them in the movies and the TV show. Like Scyther. Scyther! Scyther! Honestly, Icon. Icon, 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 what? This could have been a Roblox game. Period. Don't even say Roblox in front of me. I love Roblox. I literally want to get a Roblox gift card. I want to put money on Roblox. I literally do. Don't look at me. I will literally play Roblox for hours. IDGAF. How do I even get here? Like, what? This is so... I'm just gonna go here and, like... How do I buy you a Roblox gift card? You should. It's not even a joking matter. How dare you even joke about that? Don't joke about that. Is it not on your throne, please? I should put it on my throne. I think I have a Flabébé. I hate how this thing takes forever to load. Like, girl. There it is. Why did it? He was in front of us. We could have just handed him the Pokemon. Here. Snows a lot. Oh, we're gonna get a name changed. My little Schnam. I love Schnam. My little Snammy. My little Snammy. I need to go here. I don't even know what that bitch is. Oh, there's a giant mountain in the way. That's fun. What the? Okay. No. I will not curse my snom with the name Lady Camden. Sorry to the Lady Camden stands. What the? How do you guys know what that sign means in the top right? Like what sign it's gonna be? What does that mean? I don't even know what that is. I do need to trade somebody a slow poke with the King's Rock. So I can get Slow King. To zoom in on the eyes with the helmet on. Oh, period. Then I win. You do, it's cute. I wish the floor wasn't just like a black texture. I wish it was like crystallized. Good night, Lucy. So like, how am I supposed to? Oh, for anybody wondering what I did off stream yesterday, I beat 2 Titans just for the upgrades. Like, it wouldn't even have mattered if I streamed it because I insta-killed both of the Titans. Like, literally killed them in seconds. And then, I did a gym. I did the no, I did that on stream. What gym did I do? I don't even know. I don't even know what I did yesterday, so what does it matter? Thank you, Huda. Hi, Key. Happy to see you. So happy to see you. Thanks for coming. Can I tell you another way? Sure. How glitchy is this? FPS, very glitchy. Hi, XRC. On a scale of 1 to 10. I'd say like 6 out of 10. I wouldn't even say like, I wouldn't even say it's like glitchy. It's just like FPS-y. There's not like a lot of like... Oh. I was wondering that. I was like, why do they want you to do all these school things? But that's I love that. I like doing the school stuff. It's fun. I'm glad there's like a good reward. Oh, cool! Yeah, that's why I like them. I specifically... I always equate it when I'm telling somebody about this game. I'm like, you can do school classes like Persona. I'm not doing well, but I'm happy to be streaming. Hi, Rambo. Do you look that good every day? No. Only when I put makeup on. I wish I was this effortlessly beautiful. No, I do not want to name the Pikachu. Okay, we need to climb this mountain, which I'm not really thrilled about, but whatever. I think I got this at Forever 21, Stargauze. I like don't like there are so many like pieces in my closet that I just don't remember where I got them from. But I usually get my stuff from Forever 21 or Fashion Nova. I think it was actually Fashion Nova. Like, don't. This like giant fucking... Where is this? Just the skybox? Y'all. Oh, okay, wow. Oh, okay, wow. What's gonna happen? Is this water? Girl. Okay. Well, I can't get in. You have to somehow go through the... Not Bonjour, hi. Rita Baga! I'm Rita Baga. Hi, Dynamite Sky. So happy to see you. Dynamite Sky, you should come to PAX this year. It's in Boston this year again. You should, like, do something. They just announced it for March. Okay, so, like, the goal to get here is, like... Oh, you can't even get... You have to go around this way, I think. Yeah. Wait, do you go, like, out? I think you go through the cave. Or these outskirts. I'm gonna go... Wait, no. You do go through the cave. You want to go here. God, getting to this town is a hassle. I need to get a motorcycle like this. Not like mine. You need to get one like Violet. Mine is silly. I think it's charming, but like compared to the other one, I'm jealous. My eyes started twitching. Yeah. Whatever her rap was. Bonjour, hi. It's just Canada judging. Are we shocked? What the? See, I thought the same thing, Ava, but that runway I thought was not cute. I really didn't know. I like the bottom half. I just didn't like it felt like kind of disconnected, like the top with like, I don't know. I didn't like the colors. I wish it was just like all white or something. Like, I understand it was like scone, but it was like, I'm not really live lap loving it, if I'm honest. For me, para me. Because then like her hair was purple too, so it was like white, purple, brownish, like velvet, and then purple again. And I was like, ooh, these are not. But I thought Silky deserved the top. I was like, I was mouth agape at her performance in the first episode. Great personality, amazing runway. Like, my jaw dropped. And then her performance was so funny. For me, para me. Everybody said that Isis should have been in the top. For me, para me. I thought what put her in the bottom was her outfit and her hair getting in her face. For me. I gasped when she walked out. I was like, there's no way that's Isis. And then she turned around and it was. I thought it was Kendall from the back. It was like, oh yeah, Kendall's gonna do cute, like, bodysuit, whatever. Also, Kendall wore her runway. Like, not to be shady, but Kendall Gender literally wore her runway. Like, her horse runway from season 2 in the performance challenge. She wore that already on the show. Guys, I'm not even making it up. I swear to you. It's literally the same bodysuit. That purple thing, I think that's literally her horse thing. I was like, oh, that for me was the kiss of death. I was like, I love her, but I was like, oh no. I just don't think, like, how soon after was it? I wonder. Like, they filmed season 3 and this versus the world at the same time. I wonder how many bookings they got to do. Junior, thank you so much for the follow. I mean, the subscription. 3 months. Thank you. That's what I'm thinking. I think if, like, she would have had the time, she would have, like, shown out, but... I think when you get the call to do another season, nobody wants to decline it because they don't know if they're gonna get it again. So, like if I got the call right after my season, I'd probably say yeah. Like, I would want to go back. Why not? You know? Because, like, what? I think Dita was asked for, like, an earlier season of All-Stars, and she hasn't been invited back since. Like, so rotted. She deserves it. She deserves to be on a season of All-Stars. Dita Ritz. I think she was even shortlisted, like, from what I've seen on Reddit. The way she got to do This Will Be being one of the best lip syncs of all time in front of Natalie Cole before Natalie Cole passed away is chef's kiss. Like, history. It's like weird to see some of the guest judges on Drag Race that you know have passed away, like just on Drag Race. So weird. Like, Debbie Reynolds on season 2 of Drag Race. I'm like, what? I'm doing good, Demon. Thanks for wondering. Oh, stop. I literally forgot that he passed away. It doesn't feel real to me yet. It seriously doesn't. Oh my god, yeah. A lot of, like, people that have passed away this year, I just, like, it doesn't, like, click in my brain because it just doesn't feel like a reality thing, you know? Like, obviously they did pass, but I'm just like, no. How am I this far away from where I was trying to go? The fuck? Okay. Yeah, she did. I think it was like a month ago or something. It was kind of recently. Oh my god. See, like, I just, like, don't... I don't know. Never mind. Where is this cave? Okay, there's the cave. This was really high level when we went last time, though. A little nervous. But I need to complete another gym so I can buy a King's Rock to get Slow King. Ugh. This sucks. I'm just gonna run through. It's fine. We'll be fine. Thank you, video game. Wait, is this the only way you can get up? Oh. I was like, do you have to finish a Titan before you get in here? I haven't fought any of the trainers. I feel bad. I'm glad they don't like harass you now. They're not like, hey, fight me. You definitely need to do the Titan before getting in here. This terrain is insane. Doing this with the lower jump, I couldn't imagine. Where's the exit? Work. I made it out alive! Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I want a PS5 for Christmas. I want a PS5, a new camera, a new mic, and a new chair. That's all I want. That's like $2,000. All of that together, but it's fine. This town's pretty. I love the way this town looks. This looks like where I live, like IRL, like seriously. Just another nurse, I think. Well, I want a PS5 because Silent Hill, the new Silent Hill games are coming for PS5 first, and I'm not waiting a year for when they come out, so. Like, I'm not waiting a whole fucking year for Steam ports. Like, girl, please. What takes them so long to port it to PC, like, actually? Like, I have no idea. Is it because they want to make it exclusive? Like, girl, be serious. Hi, Lee. Happy to see you. You could ask Delta Claus really nicely. I could. But she might give me a Coke Zero. So tell me about Coke Zero. Why Coke Zero? Why do you pick Coke Zero? I love that she, like, Delta literally unironically asked people to do fart noises on her show. She goes, give me your best fart noise. Do like a fart sound effect into the mic. I'm like, Delta, what are you doing? She's so real for that. Well, my aunt sent my mom, I don't know why, like, this connection happened, but my aunt sent my mom because she knows that me and my sister and I are discussing that we want a PS5. So my aunt that got her kids PS5s sent it to my mom and said, here are some good deals for PS5s. Get your life. Oh my god, wait. I forgot to get Sonic Frontiers on Walmart. I'm literally gonna buy it right now. Oh, it's for Nintendo Switch? Wait, it's not for PC though. I want to play it on a PC. Is it worth? I don't think it's worth paying. I'll just wait for a Steam sale. That's not worth it, in my opinion. I like a lot of mayonnaise. I love mustard. I love good news. I gotta tell you guys, I love a Venn diagram. Just something about those Venn diagrams. Wait, the murals are sprites? The wheels on the bus go round and around. She is so queen. Wait, also, okay, everybody just like, for a second, we just need to do a little promo. Oops. Just want to let everybody know that I think through today to Black Friday, there are G Fuel deals for Black Friday. So you can get select number of G Fuel products with my code on their website. Use code Nemesis at checkout. And then on top of that, you can go to Kimchi Beauty if you want some makeup. Some stuff, like I do my full face in Kimchi Beauty now. I'm not even bullshitting you. It's not even like it is sponsored, but like I don't have to tell you to buy with my code. Like I could just sit here and say nothing. Buy their shit for Christmas because it is good, clearly, with code NemesisLacroix at checkout. I love their shit. Just Black Friday's coming. I gotta let y'all know about the deals. So, there's no clothes store here? Is that it? Oh, y'all are fucked. I know. My only thing is that because I love their products and I use their products so much, I keep having to buy more, which isn't a bad thing, but like I don't even use any of my old makeup anymore. I just use Kimchi Beauty. Like I'm dead ass. So true. And you should. Pay my rent by buying pretty stuff and G Fuel. It doesn't pay my rent. But keep the lights on for me. If you're gonna buy a G Fuel product, like if you go to like a Target and they have these Sonic ones, buy them. I drink them literally every stream now. You have no idea. They're so good. It's peach rings flavor. Oh, you asked what flavor it is. It's literally peach rings. It just tastes like a peach, like green tea. It tastes so good. It doesn't even taste like an energy drink. But it keeps me, it's focus energy. It keeps you focused, gives you endurance. Like, literally, like, there are some products with no caffeine in it, Dylan. So you can go to their website and there's, like, you can filter which ones have caffeine and which ones don't. I think obviously this one does, because it's literally like, this one is like the energy, like caffeine energy. But a lot of like sports entertainers, like a lot of, y'all know I love my WWE. A lot of like WWE wrestlers drink G Fuel, which is kind of gaggy. It's kind of fun. Yeah, I saw the Binding of Isaac one. I actually got my hands on the Dragon Ball Z one they're coming out with. I can't wait to try it. The shoes were so ugly, ew. Driving gloves? Wait, they're like metallic. That's cool. Oh, they're like shimmer. That's cool. Look at, they're like shimmery and pretty. Ew. Oh, that's a cute bag. Oh, that's such a cute beanie. No, 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 no. There's like a set of this red thing. I want to see if I can get all of them. They're like scattered through different stores though, which I find very bizarre. Was there cute-ish? I don't know. There's like a leggings store here. I need to go get it. Bunch over here. There's a bag store right here? Oh, it's just items. Shut up! The wheels on the bus go round. I saw this like a post of her on Twitter, and it was like that clip of her talking about the Venn diagram. No, it was a clip of her talking about redacted Trump. That didn't, okay, whatever. Anyways, and like this conservative in the replies was like, oh, she's always just laughing. That Kamala, she's always laughing. Like, girl, shut up. Ugh. What do you want her to do? Be stone cold? Like, let my girl live. Oh, I wonder what this looks like with the hat on. I wish you could see it with the hat on. Oh, no, no, no. We are not going back to that era. Oh shit, I didn't put it on. Whatever. Well, that looks stupid. The hair clipping, girl, guys. I'm gonna waste all my money trying to just get the right hairstyle for this beanie. This could be cute if it works. I'm gonna try it. Oh my, I just asked. Okay. No, stop. Oh my god, yeah, she did talk about that, huh? She's kind of queen for that. I'm alright, how you doing? Welcome in. This is very important to me, just getting the right outfit. I don't think you understand. You guys suck! We should DoorDash McDonald's. No, literally. I think after I saw that, I was like, oh, wait, I want to DoorDash McDonald's. Hold on. icons. Curly Bob. Wait, did they add that? That seems new. This asymmetrical bob is bobbing. I actually like that. This bob? I'm kind of living for the bob. The yelling gut, literally. No, I'm trying to get this long hairstyle, please, so I can wear a fucking beanie. And just like that, I'll pay with credit. Thank you so much. It's okay. It should be further down on their head. Like, why does it look like that? I should do the gym in this town. I don't know why I haven't. What do we got in this store? Hats. Let's see. Oh, this is the store with all the these things. Got you. Something I don't think I'm gonna buy are these hats. Oh, wow. It's actually a cool helmet. But can you buy a blue one? No, you guys suck. I wanted it to look like Captain Falcon. I wish the goggles would stay, because it could literally be Captain Falcon. Damn. Yeah, you guys don't have cute shit in there. I'm sorry, I gotta go. These bags are cute. I remember seeing them. Friends Rights bag. Oh, this is where you get the skeleton bag, if anybody's wondering. Glasses. You guys sell glasses, but do you have leggings? Where do you get these cool leggings that I'm thinking of? I'm not crazy. Oh, fuck me. Stop! Oh my god. Has everyone voted for Shangela tonight? I don't know how to. How do you? I want her to win. It over on the other side. I don't think she's gonna win though, because literally all the straight people are watching and like they're like, oh my god, nah, 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 nah. Like, fuck off. I think it's this store. Oh, cute. Oh, fun. I mean, you're only gonna see them though with the shorts on. Those are bright. They have little designs. Cute. I don't know if I'm thrilled with them, honestly. But they're like different types of... They're not great, honestly. There's really no clothes store here. The winter area. Wow. What's that about? Okay, that's strange. Really strange, but okay. High safety. Easy. I'm so behind. Like, I need to do gyms. Like, I need to stop fucking around. My tits look weird. Does my body look good, or do I look... I'm convinced they introduced this Pokemon because Super Mario Sunshine. Surskit is literally in Super Mario Sunshine. Okay, You look hot. Thanks, babe. Thank you. Like pulling teeth around here for a fucking compliment. Just kidding. We have to fight this electric girl. I don't want to end her poor career, but we have to. I need to catch one of these guys. For my Pokédex. I'm running out of quick balls. Ah! Thank God. Tried catching one earlier and it was a pain in the dick. The way I feel like I'm actually gonna finish the Pokédex, which is kind of fierce. I've never done that before in a Pokemon game. Like, I've never done it before in a Pokemon game. Never. Yeah, I'm almost halfway. I'm about to do the electric one. No. Work. This uniform is atrocious. Why can't we have a skirt? Like, what is that about? I don't remember buying that. Very weird. Where are the clothing stores? So there's one here. There's none there. There's one at this town, and then there's one at the original town. Are those really the only clothing store destinations? Like, what the? They're so unserious. You have a Mimikyu too? It's baby. I love Mimikyu. I actually have a Mimikyu plushie in my other room. I would like to get a hat. Well, can I see it first? My character's kind of giving. The cute backpack. Nothing I really like here. This is where we got... So true. I think this is where we got... Oh, those are so cute. No, I don't know where those are. Wait, those are funny. My character's kind of giving. Hey Kale, happy to see you, babe. What is that store? I mean, I'm gonna go that way anyway. I'm just gonna like make my rounds. So hair, this, that. Okay, this is a bag store, it looks like. Yes. You're insane. I literally haven't even done my fourth gem. These tights are weird to me. They look like latex. Maybe Sandile, I'm not sure. Oh, these are the cute bags. Oh. Ooh, I like that though. Ooh, these are cute as fuck though. Oh, they have berets. Bowler hats. No, literally, I'm about to pull out my credit card. Oh, this is where I got the sunglasses you wanted, safety. Like, where did you get those? I like my funny ones. I like my funny little oval ones. We'll go to the other side and see what they got. What's the tea over here? That's funny that you mentioned that, because last night I used Apple Pay for Uber Eats for the first time ever, and I was shocked. I was shocked. I was shocked. I accidentally used the wrong card, though, on Apple Pay, so I paid double for my meal, but I refunded it. It was like, stop. Oh, this is the funny hat store, too. Okay. No, don't go back in. Okay, we're good. I want to go through the animation, so I'm gonna just... Hello? What? What? Oh, wow. Okay. Anyways. That just happened. Oh, these are cute, though. Oh, they're like printed, too. That's cute. Hi, Miasma. Oh, those are cute socks. Oh, this is the one with the boots. I wanted the boots. The boots in the fur. The whole club. She hit the flow. Shoddy got low. No, I don't want to wear these right away. Just saying. I'm looking for the right bag for this lurk. Wizard, thank you for the follow. Brass cat. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, I didn't want to put that on. Oops. Oh, the fedoras are cute. They don't look like fedoras. They just look like hats. They look like wizard hats. Ooh, I like that. That's a pretty hat. Yeah, they look like sun hats. Ooh, that's really pretty, like Carmen Sandiego. No. I'm just gonna buy these because I think they're really pretty. I want the Gucci socks. Where are they? These look like Gucci socks. Alright, more socks! Girl, I'm gonna go broke. When they have stores dedicated to socks, like what? So true. Wait, those are fun. Oh my god, wait, these are cute though. Like funny little colored socks. Oh, those are trans right socks. Go back. Sadly, no heels. I wasn't expecting heels, honestly. Oh, frilly! Oh, those are cute. Why are there just no... Okay. Not even gonna question it. I mean, I guess I'll just buy these. Why not, I guess. Plain tights? Sure, I guess. I'm just getting them so I don't have to run back here. I want a cute bag! There's one more store that might have it. Please tell me this is a bag store. I bet. The gold duck just walking around. Okay. It's not. I think this is Delibird Presents. Oh, no, it's footwear! God damn it. I just want a bag that'll go with the fits! I don't even have shoes that go with the fit. Hold on. Maybe we can find some here. Oh, bougie. I have no LP left, lol. I've used all my credit card. Ow, my ear. My ear just like popped. Sandals. Oh, this is where I got the flip-flops. Oh wait, those are cute. I like those. Wait, that's funny. I like those. I'm gonna browse for the rest. Flip-flops. I don't think there's like any shoes that would go with this besides these sporty sandals. Let's just do it. Yes. True that. He could fix all of us. I love Jesus. I need to see him sometime. Needing to call him back. Is there a bag store here? I feel like the bags here are basic as fuck. It's literally the main town. I feel like it's gonna be so lame. Might as well look, right? That actually gags me, that like, even with no custom, they do have good customization. I won't say it's terrible, but there should be more customization and more clothing stores to outweigh the fact that you can't change your cost, like your outfit. You know what I mean? This lady saying I'm going on a shopping spree, so true. I don't think the school has a store. It has a store, but like not like for outfits. I mean, that's it. No poopy, no. Don't do that. Okay, I want that expensive bag. Men, become wallets for me. I'd like to sell. Oh, I don't have a lot. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't think we can afford it. I'm literally gonna go broke for this bag. I'm literally insane. Oh, I can sell all this. Like, who gives an F? My third sight. Don't sell coins? Why? They're the most expensive though. Looking great as always. Thanks, third sight. You need those for what? Oh, work. This is dumb. I'm selling this. I'm selling this. Just kidding. That's a good move. I'm selling this. Alright, I'm going to buy that bag. IDGAF. Where is it? Where is this is the expensive bag store? No. Where is it? Question, ditto goo? What? What ditto goo? What are you talking about? I didn't even see it. Ugh. Versace. Okay, well, I was gonna see if I could take a shortcut and not do the animation, but clearly I can't, so... Hi, Lily. Okay. Watch this! Oh! I break my game. We're trying to get a snatched outfit. I'm trying to get a sleigh outfit before I continue my game. I've literally been running around shopping for an hour, because I am That girl. But I just sold everything that I have in my inventory to get a bag because I am that girl too. I'm a bad girl. I'm a bad girl. I'm a bad girl. Yes. The outfit's complete. Fit check. Here's the fit. And now we go do the next gym. She's gonna be easier, so. Did they, like, have we confirmed that there's gonna be a DLC, or is everybody just assuming we're gonna get a DLC? I know, this gym leader's an icon. Why is it raining? Stop. I mean, I love the rain. I like how, like, your character, like, struggles in the rain. It's cute. There's hints in the game for DLC. Cute. Work. It's basically confirmed since there's a Pokemon in the library books that aren't in the game. Oh. Work. Hi, Mateanetta. Thanks for following me on the Hive, Mateanetta. I don't know what that app is, but thanks for following me there. The music in this town is the best so far. It's so good. I saw you at the league. I was like, really? Like, how? Who is this? Oh, you're cute. I like your outfit and your, like, style. Rita Baga? Oh, Rika. I thought that was a T. Yeah, it is very confusing. That reminds me, I need to make a Hive for when Twitter fucking dies. Yeah, I literally don't know. I just made it and got the at name before anyone could snatch it. Not that anybody would, like, I don't know who's trying to be. Oh, look at this in the corner. Why can't I think of its name? Voltrix? Voltrace? What is this thing's name? Oh my god, why literally can I not think of its name? Jolty, why did I say Voltrace? Who the fuck is Voltrace? Anyways. There are so many Pokemon I guess I was thinking of. Anyways, that's so embarrassing. Apparently its name is Jolteon. I was not even close. Wait, did they just say she has subscribers? Like she's literally a YouTuber? So true. You know, I would cosplay her, but it's kind of impossible with her hair. It's usually that for Pokemon cosplays. Like, I would love to cosplay some of the people in Pokemon, but it's literally impossible with their hairstyles. Like, how do you even get that hair? What the fuck? What? Alright, let's back it up. Let's not steal my gig, Miss Iono. Don't make me move to the other side of the screen, Miss Streamer. Oh my god, she's literally a streamer. She's literally streaming right now. Hey, Hey, this isn't a multi-stream, ma'am. I didn't give you permission. Excuse me. You're gonna have to help me make this stream a viral hit. Got it? That's funny. I can tell you just can't get started. Well. Let me explain the plan. Come on out, Mr. Walksabout. What? Say what? Did you guys know each other or something? I love this music. Well, anywho, Nemesis, since today's challenge is I'm gonna have to play hide and seek with Mr. Walkabout here, look for a good gentleman using the street surveillance cameras 3 times, and you consider the gym test passed. We need a better name to call this challenge, though. I'll call it Where and Live. I don't know how to pronounce that. She's cute. I love her. Mayhap our dapper gentleman is ready. Wait, are we like, we're literally playing like Where's Waldo? I literally see him already. It's not that hard. You're one cool kid. Well then, before we move on to the next challenge, you get to battle one of my fans. Oh, cute outfit. I love that fit. That is such a cute fit. I love that, like the plushy, like patchwork. That's so cute. She is a VTuber. It's cute. He's the instructor of the academy. And he keeps like stalking us. It's like weird. Like he keeps following us. Like, get away from me. Stay away. I'm risking it all. I hope my Slowbro has fast enough speed for this journey we're about to take on with each other. Wait, if you catch a terrestrialized Pokemon, does it retain the moves that the terrestrialized has? So if it's like terrestrialized grass, can it learn grass type moves? I don't really understand the mechanic. No? Okay. Well, that's just ridiculous. Now that just makes no sense. Anyways. Oh! The last stage. I literally see him already. I thought that would be challenging for me considering I don't wear my glasses, but like I literally, he's wearing red, so it's easy to point him out. I agree, Jennifer, I agree. But I also skip all the dialogue, so it doesn't matter. We did it! That was a lot better than the ocean one. The ocean one was so stupid. We just had to win an auction. Like, that was literally dumb. I've been more defensive than offensive, so terraforming into another type you'd otherwise be weak to will help. Oh, I guess that makes sense, yeah. Thank you. I am so sorry. I'm not really, but you know. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Can you smell what the fucking rock is cooking? That'd be me. Dressed like that, looking like her. I would get so deep in my voice. I'd be like, what's up? What's up, gamers? I like that animation. It's cute. It reminds me of, what was that indie game we played this year? I think it was last year, actually. No Straight Roads. The K-pop music genre boss. She looked like this whole scene reminds me of that. That was a fun game. Ready to do my best. We got a straight talker here. I am not a straight talker. I think it's Sa-yu. Or is it Sai? It'd be really cute if like somebody like adapted this girl's aesthetic for their streaming aesthetic. That'd be cute. I don't know about copyright, but it'd be cute, I guess. Slowbro is huge in this game. Like, bro is a unit. He's taking up the entire screen. Like, literally the entire screen. Hi, Lib. Oh, I like how she goes. That's cute. Yeah, if I have faster speed, I win this. Easily. Thanks for 5 months, Lib. It doesn't even feel like 5 months. That's crazy. Oh, that's funny. It tried to intimidate me, but since Slowbro is oblivious, it doesn't matter. It was such a beautiful game. I would play more indie titles right now if like 5 AAA titles didn't come out at back to back. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy how we got so many like stacked titles. Like we got Bayonetta 3, the new Supermassive game. We got this. We got God of War. Like, Jesus. I actually met one of the developers that worked on No Straight Roads. I met him at PAX East last year. And he was like, what games do you play, like playing? Like, what are some of your favorite games? And I was like, I played this really cute indie game called No Straight Roads. And he was like, I worked on that. And I was like, oh. She has teeth like me. I support her. I have canines. No, don't be confused. Nice. Get gagged. And you're sleeping. Magnifique! Oh, it's raining. Uh-oh. Well, I didn't know. So I said this last stream, the composer of Undertale did the music in this game, but I didn't know that he's not just the composer, he made Undertale. The guy that made Undertale did the music of this game. Oh yes, Toby Fox. I thought he was just the composer of Undertale. Like he made Undertale. Like, good on them for hiring him, because the soundtrack is a thing of beauty. And I know he's getting that bag. As he should. He's incredibly talented. Oh, I thought she was giving me $10 million, and I was like, period, yes. Anyways, thank God we got that, so now I can get a King's Rock. Oh, I like her asymmetrical shoes. Like, she has one garter belt and then one fishnet. Cute. Oh, I can't wait to see the picture of us. Oh, she said I was the streaming queen. Oh, that's so cute! That is so adorable. Oh my God. See, it would be amazing if I could cosplay her, but it's literally impossible. Like, her outfit is impossible. I know someone's already working on it, but like, that is a lot of work. Wonder who she's raiding. It'll be a long night. Maybe she won't raid anybody. She's so real. Are you trying to fight me right now? Hi, peepers. Hi, bunny boy. Sorry I missed that. I was too busy gawking over the picture. It was very cute. All right, now we do the normal type gym. Look, it says that cute mouse Pokemon everybody has is in this area, but it's not, like, I want to get it. You found your first shiny, congratulations! I know Goose said he was gonna help me figure that out. There's a new method to shiny hunting. Everybody's gotten a shiny except me. What is that? Oh. Yeah, I love it, it's cute. Perlia. Thank you, Goose. Is it like complicated? Do you think it's gonna like confuse me? Is that a Magneton? Yeah, it is. I need one for the Pokedex. I should have maybe healed. This makes me want to play Poke Park so bad. We'll have to play that like during Christmas season. Also, anybody wondering, I will actually be live during Thanksgiving week, which is this week. So if you are like myself and don't have a family to spend the holidays with, I will be live that day. I'll be live the entire week, I'm pretty sure. So if you need somewhere to hang out, I'm happy to be here for you. The picnic method is easiest. It's so easy. Go to an outbreak, kill 60, then go to a picnic, get the Pokemon to despawn, then keep doing it over and over. Interesting. We'll try it later, because, like, I need to progress. Like, I keep putting it off for stream, so I'm like, I just want to, like, progress a little more. Definitely need to do this gym, and then I want to finish the Titan. I want to get a shiny Slowpoke. People say family isn't everything. Yeah, I mean, I'm very close with my I'm very close with my sister and my mom, but I also have family I don't get along with, so I just do everything myself. I've said this before, I haven't had a Thanksgiving in like 5 years. I haven't had a Christmas in like 5 years. I'd rather it that way. It's kind of sad, but when I find like my partner or when I find like my family of friends to celebrate with, I'll be fine. But honestly, holidays really aren't that as important to me while I'm younger. It means more to me when I'm older, if that makes sense. I'm still very young, so... Well, not very young. It's not like I'm 18. I feel like I look my age. I hope. Baby. Sure did fly by. I thought you were 21. Work. That's fierce. It doesn't help that I paint like an e-girl. I do the blushy nose. I do like the very, like, I don't paint like snatched, like fierce MILF. I paint like younger. I am. Married to the Abyss. I'm married to Cyborg that's lost in space in that one DC movie that everybody dies and Cyborg gets lost in a black hole, and very obscure reference, but that's my husband. He's lost in space. When Beast Boy and Harley Quinn die in a plane crash, like, that is so... They were so rotted for making that movie. I will literally never forgive them. Starfire getting her arm ripped off and Zatanna getting eaten alive by zombies. Like, hello? Hi Navi, welcome in. I haven't seen you without the paint. You'll never. You'll never. Just kidding. What is making all that noise? I need to do something. Damn. This might kill it. So how does this staff get inside the Pokemon Center? There's no door. Did they just climb over the counter? That's what I had to do at my old job. I'm not even kidding you. That GameStop, not the best. Would not suggest going there. You see that one person on TikTok that got fired from GameStop because they made a TikTok at work? Because they like posted Splatoon is coming out tomorrow and they like showed Splatoon like the poster board before it happened and Nintendo literally fired him. I was like, what does it matter? He follows me back. But I felt so bad when it happened. I was like, I've been there. GameStop fired me too. GameStop's policies are insane. Also, it's not like anybody goes to GameStop anymore either. Like, girl, they're gonna go out of business, I fear. Where are we headed? I don't know where I'm running to. No, I didn't fall, actually. Can you please? I literally didn't fall. Why is it telling me that I fell? You need to do the normal type gym. Should be a cakewalk. I actually love this like therapeutic way of like just being on stream and putting my phone in the other room. Like the last couple streams I've been kind of like locked into my phone. So I just feel like better. A little anxious, but better. Chronically online, it's terrible. I need to think, did I heal? Why is he poisoned? Not gonna question. That one Skip Bloom poisoned me and just run off. Bitch. When is this Gotharita gonna evolve into... Or whatever the fuck her name is. She's taking forever. This Pokemon is so ugly. Sorry. I'll never forget when I got fired from Dave & Buster's. So transphobic. I remember like one of my employees like really thought I was hot and he like fully like groped me at work and I went to HR and then they were like, no, he's a good employee, like we're not gonna do anything about it. So then I didn't show up for a shift because he was there and then they fired me. I was like, this is a great work-life balance, isn't it? Like, maybe fix that? No, I'm dead ass. That's why I don't like Dave & Buster's. And then I went back like a year later, and then it's the if you're wondering, don't go to the Dave & Buster's at the Providence Place Mall. Not to dox myself, but it was the one I used to work at. Don't go there. They're rotted and disgusting. You're lying. No way. Why? I thought you were doing good. No way. Ivy, thank you for the follow. That's... I mean, I hope things work out, but... Oh, like they purposely, like, revoked access? Not like they lost it, like they revoked it? Oh, wow. That's petty. That's Hello? This feels so... I like the way this looks. This feels so random, though. That's insane. Well, you know where I'm at. You can FaceTime or call me anytime. We're both going through shit, so... Hi, Marshall. Wait, I want to go up there and eat. Like, I want to eat with my shotties. Like, I want to go. Why are we not allowed up there? It's pretty in here. I want to go eat. Oh. Order the secret menu item. What are we at, Starbucks in 2017? What if this was it and I just guessed? Oh, damn. Well, this is the gym leader, guys, so... So, Lemon. Oh, love Lemon. My favorite robbed queen. Sorry. I'm not trying to talk to the pig. Okay. I can't even go to Starbucks on the regular, so... I will say I love a dragon fruit refresher. That's my go-to drink. I love a pink drink. I'm that girl. I am that girl. Can you really not go up there? I have to ask for the secret menu. This is so... I want to go up there. Is that crazy for me to say? I want to go up and eat with my besties. I want to role play. Let me role play. What do you guys want? Hey kid, do you know the secret? I don't want to talk to your ugly fucking squirrel Pokemon. Get it away. Sorry. Stop! I don't want to talk to the ugly squirrel. Get it away. Hi, sir. Okay. Well, clearly I'm not. Well, this is the first challenge that is challenging me. I have a challenge for you. Get your ass a motherfucking job challenge. Does anybody know the secret menu? It's not what I want. Okay, kid, you're going down. Miss Pigtails. Are you hiring today? Great, I will be down momentarily to fill out an application. I love the way Jasmine in that clip, I love how she says, hi, Burger King. Burger King, hi. I will be down momentarily to fill out an application. This Pokemon needs to go extinct. I hate the way it looks. What if I just guessed? What if I don't? What if I don't battle? I just guess it correctly. My back hurts. Let me arch my back. Oh my god. I wish my camera would get my face because I just want to sit like this. I can't sit like that with you guys watching. Oh my god, my back. My forehead. I'm sat. Don't jinx it. I don't want to fall. Wait, what was the answer? I didn't even listen to this twerp. There's a clue? And you don't even tell me what it is. Okay, you're sick in the head. The clue is to look for something that is the odd one out of the ice cream set. So I have to go to an ice cream stand. What? Teriyaki ice cream? Okay, I think that's it. I'll order that. Okay, so this animation, is it supposed to make it look like we're eating the PNG, or is it supposed to just be like a silly little animation? Because, like, I'm convinced people think that they think the animation is supposed to be us munching the PNG. But I don't think that's the case. I think it's just supposed to be like a background. Does that make sense? If an ice cream stand sold that, I'd buy it. I would do it just for like YOLO. You know what I mean? I think it's just silly. I don't think they're like actually trying to convince us that it's you chewing on a PNG. A refreshing treat. Grilled rice balls. Wait, why are you selling this? Uh-huh. What? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna get it right. Watch. Puck. Fuck! That thing in the... Do you see that in the distance? The squirrel despawning. I can't. Okay. It says grilled to perfection. This one's really got me together. $48. I'm gonna guess it right the next time because I'm a god. Please come again. I sure will. Do you know the secret menu item, sir? Okay. People making jokes about this game and like, oh, I've got to order that secret dish. Do you now? I hear soft things. Patience, summoner. Abby! Thank you for the raid, baby. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What did you do? Tell me all about it. Everybody from my channel, please follow Epi. Love them so much. Thank you for the shout out. There's so many Pokemon that I don't know how to pronounce the name. How do you pronounce the name of this one? Anybody coming in off the raid, I'm Nemesis. I'm a variety retro trans streamer. My pronouns are she, her. I would love to have you here when Epi's not live. We're currently playing Pokemon. We're doing the 5th gym. Hi, welcome in. Hi, how are ya? It's all right. I'm not the best, but we good. We'll survive. A dark spot surrounded by stairs. Is that not literally right here? Fire blast. Work. Fire blast into perfection. Which one of you has it? That bear. I need to... Oh. Hi, Mac. No worries, Epi, it's good. We chillin'. And lemon, yeah. I need to figure out the serving size, and then we're good. Pan, thank you so much for the follow. Excuse me. How many Gimmighoul coins do you need to evolve? Do you need a lot? 999? What? And I almost sold them. Oh, wow. Listen really closely to the blue bird Pokemon. I don't... Hi, Roy. Right here. Medium. I know the secret menu! I know what the Rock is cooking now. I know it. I can smell that the Rock is cooking this secret menu item. The Rock is cooking this. Hurry up. He's cooking grilled rice balls at a medium serving size while it is fire blasted and with a lemon garnish. Okay, hold on. What the? What happened to all those people? Did all those people just die? They're underground, like literally screaming for help right now. They were AI generated. This fucking average Joe. Larry. This fucking dad. Kamala Harris. I just love Venn diagrams. You can't use my own move on me. Oops. Oh, easy. Get wrecked. Is that a Kiriko emote? That's cute. Well, now we have to switch. Peter Griffin squirrel. Joke's on you. That's a disguise. Gotcha. Now what the hell? I don't know what typing this bitch is, so I don't know. Well, clearly he's normal, but... Not a crit. Get out of my face. Oh. It's whatever. He's underleveled anyway. I wonder, Bay. I don't have anyone that's fighting, honestly. Fuck that move, dude. Please just hit your... Okay, perfect. That was so annoying. Fuck bird Pokemon. Is he already terrestrializing? Oh, cute. I like this. That's cute. Maybe like... He is terrestrializing. Alright, sorry buddy. Oh wait, my bad. Oh, well it worked. I forgot this was the normal gym, lol. Yeah, quite literally. It does so much damage because it raises your attack after every move. It's a good ass fucking move. On his stomach rumbling, about to make mine rumble. Care to join me for a meal? I would love to. Oh, that's so cute! I could go for that. I could literally die for that. I want fried shrimp. Oh, I love seafood. So good. Having 5 gym badges in your hand makes it easier to catch up the level of Pokemon of 45. She's so pretty. I just don't know, like, I don't know if I really love the hair. It looks so much like a wig. She's the top champion. She's the chairman of the Pokemon League. Work. I would like to observe. Can you heal my Pokemon first, please? Yeah, on our way then. This makes me want to play Sword and Shield again. I miss Nessa. She was such a queen. I miss, what's that guy's name with the mask? The ghost gym leader. I'm just so talented. The emo kid, literally, I don't remember their name. They're so gender envy. His name is Anya. So, like, were my Pokemon healed or no? Yes? Okay. Well, you can die. Easy. Palmo? What the fuck is Palmo? Welcome back, safety. Oh, it's this Pokemon. That is so, like, I hate when Pokemon do that move. That move is so cheap to me. I'm like, stop. Gumi. Yeah, I did. I just finished it. I'm so behind. I feel like everybody's like done everything and I'm like, hey, Starjan. Got gagged. Funny guy's disguise. Wait, it rhymes. It's funny. Well, like, I feel like the last couple of days, I've just been running around catching Pokemon. Which isn't bad, but I want to, like, make progress, you know? Mother, like actual mother. Was it a good main event, Marshall? I did do the electric type gym safety. I'm so sorry. Is this the final Evo for the cat? I actually like it. It's not bad. Why is everybody shitting on it? I don't think it's that bad at all. Everybody says it's a terrible final Evo. I don't think it's bad at all. I actually have my phone in the other room because I've been trying to not be on my phone right now. So if you want to just say it in the chat, you can just say it in the chat. I think I'm gonna try to head to I'll figure out when we get out of this battle and you can tell me. Like, I'll like look at the map and you can confirm or deny. Because people hate it's on 2 legs. I guess. Wait, I could die. Wait. Wait, that move is so cunt. Hello? The spotlight shit? That was so cunt. Hello? I guess. I understand not wanting like humanoid like 2 legs or whatever, but like people eat those up. Like Gardevoir, like Lucario, Greninja, like people eat those up, so why would they not make more of that type, you know what I mean? I'm not sure. I can show you in a second. I think this battle's about to be over. Oh, Incineroar, yeah. Stop doing that. I've done the guy with the laptop, Starbase, and I've done the Fire Girl. Those are the only two I've done. And then I've done 4 Titans? I only have 1 left. I only rushed through the Titans because, like, the game's kind of unbearable without the upgrades for the thing. I also literally insta-killed each Titan, so I don't really think that it's, like, supposed to be like, very late game content. Like, I literally insta-killed 2 of the Titans. Work. I mean, Primarina started on... I mean, never mind. I was gonna say it's kind of like standing up, but it's also sitting at the same time, so it doesn't really make a difference. Well, I've heard there's post-game. No spoilers, please, but I've heard there's post-game. And I've heard that there's DLC rumored, so I'm not really worried about, like, rushing. I don't feel like I'm rushing either. The game came out, like, 5 days ago, so... I also have the Elite Four, so... I know, aren't they cute, Demi? We just got them. I'm about to probably change my outfit, though, because we're going to, like, the... I want to, like, keep my outfit on trend for where we're at, so, like, we're about to go to the snowy area, so I think I'm going to change into, like, a snowy outfit. I still need to fight her. I still can't find my way in there. Oh no, we made our way in there. I just left because I wanted a new outfit, lol. Hello, I'm zooming in. I would like to zoom in. Jesus. Back from my spiral. Me every day. I'm gonna go sleep. Thanks, Lib, for hanging. Have a nice sleep. I literally just woke up after sleeping for 13 hours, so I'm gonna be up late. W streamer for in the game dressing matching the weather. I know that's right. That's why I'm the best streamer of all time. Plays in base. This guy, yeah. I actually was just there and I started his base by accident. Yeah, I took 3 melatonins because I didn't want to be awake, so. I know this game has performance issues, but likely it's... Yeah, I'm really liking. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they'll do like a... Maybe they'll do like a Sun and Moon thing and they'll make it like a Ultimate Edition for when they do a Switch Pro. Who knows? It feels so good to stretch my legs right now. You guys have no idea. I wish I could be like a standing streamer sometime. I wish I had like a second camera. Maybe I could do that when I get a new camera. I could have my old camera set up and then I get my new camera. I can get a standing setup. Or just like move it so it's in the spot. Because I don't like moving my camera. I really want to get Elgato stuff for Christmas. Like that's what I really want. I really want a new mic. I really want a new camera. All right. Options are Lake, Poison Base. Excuse me. We're going into like a foresty area, lake area, so I am gonna change my... Hello? What is that? That's so cute! This is Fido's evolution. It's so cute. What the hell? Hi, AV Hero. Isn't it? I really like the color scheme of it. It's really cool. Would you like to know what level the lake is? Yes. Yes. What the? They're swarming me. Somebody help. $55. We're not far off. We're not far off. An Eevee! Come here. Please. Don't be a brat! Every time I try to catch an Eevee, they're so bratty. Okay, she's asleep. She's sleeping, you guys. Oh, she passed away. I need to get every evolution, so we have to start collecting these EV. Enough! Get in the ball! They are always so bratty. The Jigglypuff and Fido surrounding me. I can't. I slay. I slay. I think. Me. Let's do this. Please don't kill it. Okay, we can do it one more time. Please don't crit. Please don't crit. Okay. Get in the ball. Stay in the ball. Four Pokeballs wasted on this bitch. She loves to waste my time. She loves to waste my time. She loves wasting my time. They always do. They're always nasty to me. Get in the ball. I'm asking nicely. This isn't a beach, this is a bathtub. No body of water is safe. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I want to make. I want to make this the Umbreon because she's being a nasty little poopy face. And Umbreon's like a sassy. Oh, I wish we could get a shiny Eevee. I love shiny Umbreon. Yes! Or Espeon. Espeon's cunt. No. So we have 2 EVs. How many evolutions are there? There's 8. I need to catch you. I guessed correctly. Yeah, so we need to get 8 EVs. I have 2, so we need 6 more. And then I need 1 to just stay EV. Work. Oh, his name's not? I thought his name was Emolga. Is that the evolution of it? Oh no, Emolga's like the flying squirrel, not this one, not the den. I know, literally he's huge. Yeah. I have a really funny story, but I literally can't tell it, but I want to tell you guys so bad, but it would expose one of my IRLs. It's not like I talk to him anymore anyways. No, I'm gonna be nice. I'm not gonna share that secret. I like literally have no IRLs. You guys have no idea. I literally hate living in Massachusetts. Get me out of here. I need quick balls, but you need to do 8. Nope, you need to do 6 gems before you can buy them. We have done 5 now. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we've done 5. We need to do this bitch down here because like we're just not at this part of the map anymore. Let's just do it. Like, let's literally just do it. This guy had a Pokemon. Yay, Luigi. If you meet an online oomph, does that make them an IRL? I don't think so, because they're like still far away when they go back home. Okay, we're changing our outfit before this. For this gym. How's Pokemon been so far? It's been fun already, honestly. I'm really enjoying it. I love this town. This reminds me of literally where I live. I keep almost saying where I live and doxing myself. Let's not do that. He's an absolute unit. Where is he going? He is so big. No. Stop. The way it takes so long for the... That is so cute. Oh, he gone. Alright. Let's change this outfit around for the next gym. So we'll change the outfit for the gym, and then for this gym, the Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. We'll change the outfit to like a casual like autumn day for this gym, the poison base and the lake, and then we'll change to a winter outfit for the 2 end gyms. So yeah. I hate the autumn outfit. We're gonna do spring. Well, let's see if we can make it work. I hate this outfit. Like, I hate it. Princess, thank you for the follow. I don't want gloves. Hi, Nintendo Math. Thank you. Sorry, I'm like gamer hunt right now. Yeah, it's kind of lame, but whatever. I like the trans right. Wait, let's do the trans right outfit. Wait, there's... And then there's... these, and then there's the trans right socks, I think. Where are they at? Oh, that's cute. Wait. We're doing something. Hold on, let's see what this looks like. I like the frilly ones. These are the trans right socks, so they go with the thing. I think the frilly socks look better. Cute. He was sitting, lol. What is Psychic weak to, even? Flying? Rock? I don't even... Girl. Dark, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Oh wait, I can get a Slow King. We should do that before we do this. I need somebody to trade me. The way I just glitched through the store. Hello? Where is it? I thought a King's Rock was supposed to be available. Good night, Gabe. Excuse me. I realize I yawn so much because I'm squinting the entire stream and it just like makes me tired. Such a pretty town square. I don't care what anyone says. This town is so pretty. Yes. Oop. Did I buy the wrong item? Nope. If anyone's willing to help, you can just type in the link. Trade code. I throw this away while I wait. Ugh, I wish I had more granola bars. I ran out and I'm very upset about it. Because I love granola bars. I need to trade for a Slow King. You got a shiny hunter? I can't back out. Okay. Oh, wait. They can go up to 7 stars. No, 34, 35, 34, 35. This feels so good on my back. I need a new chair. This chair is busted open. Alright, let's make this easy then. Perfect. Excuse me. What Pokemon? I mean, yeah. Well, yeah, I'll take. Yeah, I guess. I don't know what it is. Oh, the one that turns into that ugly fucking bird. And their name's like Lily, so I actually like that one, yeah. Why am I yawning so much? I hope everybody's aware I'm gonna have 3 Slowpokes in my party. I'm gonna have Slowking, Slowbro, and Slowpoke when we go to the Elite Four. I'm dead ass. I don't care. I really wish my headphones would stop breaking. Period. That's my baby. I love Slowking. Slowking's the reason I love Slowpoke so much. Do I have exclusives? Do you need a Drift Bloom? I think I have one. I lied, I don't think I have one. I don't even know what the version exclusives are. Okay, do you just want anything then? If a Pokemon glows, the other person doesn't have it. Oh, you don't have this one? I guess you don't have a— What is that? That is not— that looks— Guys, that looks like a douche. With a flower on it. Thank you. Not a shiny butt plug. My first shiny butt plug. Oh my god, we won. The limit? You just call it what it is. It's literally you put it in your ass. You literally put that thing in your butt. Absolute unit. Absolute fucking unit. Dude is fucking huge. Fucking love him. So sad the $500 Slowpoke on Pokemon Center is sold out. Can't even get it for Christmas if I wanted. Not Clone Glimmet at checkout. What moves does it even have? Like, right? It's rock? Okay, this thing literally goes in your butt. They literally are not even hiding it. Organizing my cutie box. He's sleeping. Go. Let's go. I want fried shrimp so bad. I literally hate that Maddie mentioned me that earlier. Like, Aunt Lou, thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? Thanks for the raid. We're just playing some Pokemon, so if you don't want spoilers, I suggest leaving now, but thank you for the raid. It was lovely, gal. I'm glad to hear it. Welcome in. I need to put Gotharita back on my team, so I have to move the butt plug out of our team. I think I need her for this battle. Actually, what is Psychic weak to? Like, actually. Dark, Bug, and Ghost. I don't know if I have anything like that. I need her to evolve, but her ass is not evolving. Over here. I want it so bad. I ordered a McDonald's last night, so I can't order again. I mean, I could. Like, IDGAF. Water. So, this is water. Then I am going to change into... I guess Jumpluff? I'm so pretty, like, literally fuck off. I am literally so hot. That's it? Oh, we're gonna be here a while. Oh shit. Why did you bring a Growlithe into this? Someone get this bitch. Why did she do that? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd be a lot more sad about everything happening in my life if I wasn't confident that I was hot. If that makes sense. I'm so numb to trauma, but I'm like, I would literally be spiraling if I didn't know that I was hot, if that makes sense. Like, I know I'm stunning. Why are my teammates not doing damage? Can you guys do something? Anyone do anything? Anyone. At all. Claire, Austin, Zoe. Nobody? This is gonna be close. I think it's possible. We have to literally speedrun it. Come on, come on. Keep up the pace. Girl, the person that brought the Growlithe, like, I hate you. Who is it, Austin? Yeah, of course it's Austin, the name of my ex-boyfriend. Please. Go. We can do it. 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 I didn't mean to do that. Okay, thank you for killing it, because I accidentally did the wrong move. Lol. Girl, you're dead. Why are you killing me? Don't even try it. That's what I fucking thought, bitch. Yeah, it's a fucking rabbit, bitch. That's not everything I was hoping we'd get from that, but it's okay. I guess it's whatever. Hoping we'd get more. I need Gothorita to evolve. Like, bitch. Hurry it up. Is that really my first? I didn't think. Okay. Oh, not what I wanted. She's not evolving. 40. God damn it. She evolves late. What the? So they put this thing in this game, except, but they don't want to put Trapinch. They don't want to put Apom. I'm not mad. I am. Gothy Kendall evolves at 41. Okay. Of course it's at 41 and I'm at 40. Of course. Of course. Hello? That was a little nasty if I do say so myself. Just not going in the ball, but okay. What is with these higher level Pokemon literally being such little brats when it comes to getting in the Pokeball? Like, stop being a little bitch. Not Flash Cannon, Jesus. Boo Keys is strong. Get gagged. Oh, really? I had no idea, Key. Oh, wow. Oh my god. The way I just heard my back crack. Hello? My cord is like angled, like because I rotated the chair. Like, what is happening? Ugh. Oh my god, it's on the other side of the chair. Hello? Oh my god, what is happening? All right. That was interesting. I'll be right back. Holy shit. Didn't know it was 12 o'clock. LOL? Wait, what? What happened on Raw? Liv is the final member? They're announcing the final pick on SmackDown. You didn't want to say that, Marshall? It's literally Liv. I would have bought tickets. I hate when they leave it a mystery. Like, I literally would have bought in tickets if I could see Liv live. But I didn't think she was going to be booked. Where is my pre-order thing? Hello? Here we go. A long ass code. Perfect. The fuck? Dun, 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 dun. Ow! What is wrong with my foot? I swear to God, if it's Raquel, I will literally lose my fucking mind. I don't understand why Triple H loves her. She needs to... She actually, like, I don't want to be a hater, but, like, she's not good technically in the ring. She needs to go back down to NXT and learn. Like, she is such a botcher. Like, she puts the other girls in danger. Oh! My seat piston just went down. Perfect. We finally get Mother. I think I'm pretty set for this. Oh, true. She might get involved with the match. Who knows? I'm glad Rhonda's finally showing up to work, though. I'm exhausted about her just, like, streaming at home when she's literally the champion. Oh, this is the science teacher. I didn't realize he was wearing slides and, like, a... Look at his shirt. Like, bro just rolled out of bed. What's the Tigra? What's the challenge this time? Emotional spectrum practice. Woman wearing the black tracksuit in the practice area will explain the rules to you. Just turn to the left of the gym and you'll find the practice area. At least he's not one of the run-of-the-mill, like... He has at least some character to him. What is she doing here? ESP. My ESP. Oh, this music is cute. What are we doing? Is this a rhythm game? Oh. Oh, this is fierce. Oh, you can spam it? Wait, I love the music. What do you mean, okay? This is fun. I like this. This is so cute. I wish the game wasn't like struggling so it could be like literally a rhythm game like, ooh, ooh, get it, ooh, get it. You know what I mean? Like literally it was like struggling to like animate all the animations or whatever. Excuse me. No one is better than the original. Know your place. No, I didn't. I didn't fall asleep. Wake up. Wake the fuck up! You're nasty. You're a nasty, nasty, disgusting beast. Sorry. Too harsh. Michelle, thank you for the follow. This random guy just like in the middle of the fight, just like, look at all these people just like standing next to us. Like why are they standing there? Weirdos. Oh, easy. Die. Get wrecked! Just give me 6K work. Thanks. Oh, there's more work. That's what I'm saying. I hate that we're trapped in the uniform. It's whatever, I guess. Oh. I want it to be like fast. Like I want it to be like well, I wish in this game, because they like to do themes, right? With like your character development. So in X and Y, it was like fashion, because it was like we were in the fashion capital, so we could actually explore fashion. Then in Sword and Shield, it was like sports attire, because we were like in like the sports arena, and like that's what it was. And for this game, I wish they would have done like school uniforms, like different color school uniforms and different school uniforms if they're gonna take that route. I don't understand why they didn't do like a variety of school uniforms. I think it's silly. They should have. Missed opportunity. Oh, she's still asleep. Yeah, just very missed opportunity. Very disappointing, but like, I don't expect a lot from them, so I don't. I'm just like, whatever. I mean, I guess, but like, Also, it's like, why would we still be in our school uniform, like, while we're off campus? You know? Fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck. You have more? Oh, work. I forgot that that's super effective against that. Please don't miss. Ah, perfect. Getting the money from these people, just robbing them. Work, we did it. The way it just randomly started raining. True. Hey, this is pretty. It looks pretty like this. Not what I wanted. I don't like how close together they are, if I'm honest. I wish it was like one side is healing, one side is the shop, and then the other side is... That's me. So I always accidentally run into the wrong one. I sure did. Sure. I like these animations, these screens, like the kind of like my animation I use for my stream. That's kind of the inspo. They do it in other Pokemon games. Let's keep the tagline simple. Naturally beautiful. Wait, the heels? The heels. Order the new eyeshadow color too, would you? The heels? Ah! Thanks, you're a doll. Gotta run now. Chat with you later. Oh, she's cunt. I'm Tulip, the gym leader here. Though I must tell you that being a makeup artist is my main line of work. Dendra had nothing special, nothing to I can't read. Oh, the bottom lashes? Oh, she's beat! Oh, I love her. Oh, she's everything. I love that it's rating 2. Not sure if that was the point, but I love that it's the setting is. I like the setting we're in. Fuck! I keep messing up Dark and Ghost. Don't you just love women? I love women. Oh, that's... Well, okay. Stop using that move. Fuck. Mother versus this. We're about to have a queen off. Queen off. Queen off. Queen off. Oh, but watch this, Miss God of War. She's fine. That was my bad. That was badly played on my part. Fuck. Okay. I'm fine with that because I got her to fall asleep. So I can do this. Perfect. Stop doing that. Gagged. Fuck. We're fine. Wait, fuck, I forgot he's part ghost. Perfect. Fuck, I was gonna use that. You're not allowed to do that. Oh. 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 Okay. Please don't do a lot of damage. Oh my god. I'm sorry, jump left. Just have to take the L on this one. Damn, I was hoping I was faster. Oh, she's still awake. She's still alive. We got her. Oh, she's competitive. Okay, competitive. Oh! Oh, they're fighting. The girls are fighting. Go ahead. Oh, it crit! We can do it. It's gonna take a while, but we can do it. Oh my god. Thank god I have all these revives. Or else we'd be fucked. Can you back it up? I forgot he's psychic. This is bad. She hasn't even terrestrialized yet. No, you can't go first. I'm faster. Oh my god, please just hit and kill it. Please do damage. Thank god. I just keep it. Hardest to get rid of Caked on Mascara. I love her. I'm scared. I just need her to rationalize. Like, there you go. Just do it. Just do it. She's gonna insta-kill me, but it's fine. Oh, not bad. Not bad. I mean, okay. Let's just try it. I knew it wasn't gonna do that. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. What is it weak to? It's weak to dark, right? It's dark. She's gonna insta-kill this anyways. I might as well just try to... Oh my god, she's gonna insta-kill. I just have to use a revive. It doesn't matter what slow... Like, he's gonna be slower than her, so... Oh! Why did she do that? That just saved my life, actually. Oh my god, wait. If she does... Oh my god. Don't crit. Oh my god, please hit Yawn. Please hit Yawn. Yes. I don't care. She falls asleep, it's fine. This is so close. Come on. Oh my god. I'm just gonna have to take, I'm gonna have to keep taking hits. Oh my god. This is so close. Yes! It crit. It did more damage. Period. That was so close. I like that though. It felt like a real challenge opposed to the other ones that we were doing in like seconds. That was so stressful. And we can buy quick balls now. Why I wanted to do that. The heels are so kind. I love those shoes. Like, I want them. This pneumonia bitch runs up on me and says, "Can we battle?" I swear on God. I must say. Thank you so much. Thank you for the compliment. You're so nice to me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I can't believe she rated us the other day. Kind of iconic. What was that noise? Well, now we go to the lake. I do want to switch my team a little bit though. I always have Gardevoir in my party during these playthroughs, so I kind of want to mess, like, I want to mess around. Like, Gardevoir is always in my Elite Four, like, final battle thing, so... Your Terra Orba is all... What? Oh. Oh, Bassette's in this game. We haven't explored over here. I want to... Is there no... It's not here. That is so annoying. We'll come back. I want to catch some Pokemon, but this guy had a Pokemon. And it was a gay Luigi. Please! Stop! Okay, we're good. Who wants to order me dinner? Anybody? Any takers? I got a notification the other day from Treat Stream and they were like, "Why aren't you using us anymore?" And I was like, "Because I don't live at that location, nor do I want my location found on the internet." That wasn't Ava. I know it wasn't. Imposter. Impasta. Oh! I didn't want to run into you guys. What's up, shotties? Girl, I didn't want to run into you. Just give me a break over here. Like, die. If you don't get in this Pokeball, then I'm gonna murder you. I don't care. All right, you're dead. Consider yourself murdered. Did y'all do the hand jive in school, or did they teach you it in school? They taught us it in school, like chorus class. I was like, what? No! Stop! Get out of my face. Okay. Run in. Buff Boy Games is rating with a party of 56. Oh, Buff Boy Games, thank you for the... What is that? Thank you for the raid. Hold on, let me change it to followers only. Okay, I guess that's not the command. There we go. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Awesome. Thank you so much for the follow. Pissed a Toasty, thank you for the follow. How was the stream? Oh, good job. Good job. To the shout out to the wrong person. Good job. Yeah, very true. How was the stream? The way I know it was Maddie that did the shout out. We're currently playing Pokemon, so if you do not want any Pokemon spoilers, I would suggest leaving. But if you want to watch some Pokemon gameplay, we're just exploring the overworld. My pronouns are she, her. My name is Nemesis. You can call me Nem, Nemi. I don't really care, whatever you want to call me. Hi, welcome in. I would love to have you when Buff Boy Games isn't live. You're playing Planet Zoo? Shut up. I've been looking to buy that. Literally shut up. When I tell you, I have been looking at buying a tycoon game because I've been playing Roblox Tycoons like it's nobody's business. So I looked at Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster. I'm dead ass. I'm being, look at the girls. Look at the girls chasing me with a hammer. What is that? What is that? What is that thing? What is this? What the fuck is this thing? What is this? I'm literally scared. Hello? What? Hello? You're lying. You're actually lying to me. Game Freak, please fix. What? I'm mad as hell because I really wanted that Pokemon. But thank you again for the raid, Harry. I miss you so much. I really wish we could see each other again and hang out more, but, you know, distance. But I hope there's an event we both go to soon so we can hang out. And thank you again for the raid. I love you. That's Capsa Kids Evolution? You're lying. Oh, thank you for the shout out. Yes. There's the, yeah. Woo! How far back am I? Could you imagine if it didn't save? All right, can we try that again? Or is it like, actually, you can't throw a quick ball at this Pokemon? Let's try. Let's see if that's literally... Hello? Is this a glitch? Or is it just... I guess I was unlucky. TwitchCon was so much fun. Yeah, it was. What the fuck? Ugh, excuse me. You're ending pretty early though, right? I see you live like really late lately. I know, thank God for autosave. I actually kind of think that Pokemon's kind of fierce. I know. Is that the teacup Pokemon behind me? Hello? Wait, it's Mario and Luigi. I'm trying to get back into Mondays, but I have to end early because work tomorrow. Period. Well, also, aren't you like in school? Am I crazy? Have I heard you talk about school? Aren't crazy? I might be crazy. I might be mixing up work and school. When I fill out the Pokedex, y'all are gonna gag. You're gonna be like, wow, Nem, you kinda ain't. Full time, then classes, and then streaming on top of it. You're a god. Left Boy God Games. You're crazy, but I love you. You're amazing. Can this bitch get out of my face? Like, her ass is in the camera right now. Like, get out of here. Oh! Sorry. I have no social life. Me either. I'm just streaming. I also don't live close to anybody that I could have a social life with. So, you know, we out here. I just stream and what comes my way comes my way. On the way. Hi, Marisol. What is your team? I'm about to fix it up a little bit. But you know I got 2 Slowpokes on my team. Slow King and Slow Bro. But I think I'm gonna switch her Gardevoir. Because I always have Gardevoir on my team. I actually might... Yeah, I kind of want to do this. I always have her on my team at the end of the game, so I want something different. Well... I want Mimikyu on my team. We'll see how this goes. I don't want my starter on my team, but he does way too much damage to not have him on the team. How are you liking this, Marisol? I saw you did something funny the other day. You did like an iPhone stream. What did you do? It was crazy. I saw like the videos and clips of it. Did you get Weed Cat? No, I got the crocodile, the fire crocodile. Honestly, now that I look back, I probably should have gotten Weed Cat. I do regret it. I do. I think I literally don't have a Toxel, I just have its evolution. Oh, I do have a Toxel. Work. I got this bitch, because I know I don't have this bitch either. I put my iPhone on my tripod and streamed it on an LTE because my upload stream has been at 3 for like 2. No, you're lying. That's terrible. I'm gonna lurk and get ready for bed, but glad I could come in with some friends. Thank you for the rain, Harry. I love you. Thank you. Enjoy your preparation for bed and everything. Not 2. Oh my god. Ow, sorry. Just put all the starters in your party. It's so fun to have them all. Where do you even get them? Can you get out of my face? But hi, Shax. I hate this Pokemon. You can trade. I'm trying to do everything kind of legit, like find them in the wild. Get out of here! For now, at least. See, this is what happens. I get lost in exploring and I'm just like doing absolutely nothing productive. Whatever. I want to randomly encounter a shiny though. Like I want to just like encounter a random one. The only way to get the starters is through trading. That's dumb. I think that's dumb. Literally. Like, why is it to have an entry if it's just gonna... You just got it in a random trade? Let's do a random trade on stream. Let's do it. I'm gonna do it on stream, and we're gonna see what I get. We're gonna trade this ugly fucking bird. Ugh. How fucking ugly is that thing? When I get a legendary, what happens? No, I'm online. Stop. I was literally... Oh, it's because my game crashed. Oh, it automatically did it. Get rid of this bitch. Why? Can you just do, like, the other games? Like, what is this? Oh, thank you, Mike. What's Mike gonna give us? Fuck you! Am I winning? No. Help me. Yes. The way everybody was so mad at me for saying Lechonk is ugly. I said, it's just a bit. I'm just a pretty blonde girl. Give me a pretty Pokemon. I'm just a pretty princess. Yeah, I love a bacon, egg, and cheese. I'll eat a Lechonk and cheese. Let's see. Give me something good. Shut up! Not a Starly. Get a job. Listen, I traded a level 40 Pokemon, so, like, I'm being generous to this world. Like, I'm not part of the problem. I didn't give away a shitty Pokemon like these people are. I gave away a beautiful level 40 Pokemon. I know, the bird. I'll Caterpie on the floor. I want a legendary. I remember when I was playing Sun and Moon when I was a kid, I did one of these, or whatever the game was. I think it was X and Y or whatever. Old Pokemon game. I Black and White, maybe. I got literally a legendary from Mystery Trade, and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It was like the best day of my life. I want that to happen again. Give me a Geriachi. I don't know. Shut! I'm not stopping until we get an okay Pokemon from the random trade. Already done? I just sent it off. That was fast. Oh, come on. I have a good feeling about this one. I think this is the one. Yeah. The fuck is that? Pika Pack? Oh, it's a Fletchling. That's the... Sure is. I'm so glad I got this Fletchling. I love bird Pokemon. I fucking hate birds. So goddamn much. There's no reason for anybody to have a pet bird. I'm sorry, that's so mean. But they are so loud. If I went to some guy's house and he had a pet bird and was like, do you want to stay the night? I would be like, no. Never, actually. They are so loud. Also, you have a pet bird inside. Oh, I already have one. Wait, I want to keep it though, because I want to keep it Fuehiko. Perfect. I don't want to evolve it. I want it to stay baby. And I have Everstones to do that. Or send it to you? Why do you deserve it? I worked hard for that, Fuehiko. Oh, already done. I wanna Twitch. Shut up! You can't bring that on me. Fuck! Oh, I can breed them? I don't like saying that out loud. You can't literally say that to me and make me repeat that. That sounds so inappropriate. Ooh, lens flare. Like, this game has fantabulous graphics. Like, this lens flare, god tier. People saying this game doesn't have good graphics, like, look at this. I want a weed cat. I do. I actually really do. Give me it. Oh, we're having a trade with Blyce. Oh, I did it! I manifested that shit! And what? And fucking what? Period. Period. Slay. This is we're playing a gacha. This is Pokemon gacha. Send Grimer. I don't want Grimer. Get him out of here. Who cares? Okay, now we need Quaxley. Or a legendary. I'll take a legendary. You got one? Have people hacked into the game code yet? Chicken boy. Okay. Thanks. Appreciate it. Already done. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, wow. This Wonder Trade is so fucking good, Lois. Oh, okay, wow. Listen, I've never put a Lechonk up for Wonder Trade, so I'm not part of the problem here. I'm not. Whoever is doing all of this, you guys are nasty. I know what you're doing. You think you're gonna get a high-level Pokemon at the start of the game for Wonder Trading a Lechonk. You think you're funny. Well, this one's taking a minute. This one's thinking about what it wants to give to me. Chalora just gave me this? Chalora, you got me fucked up. Level 4. Yeah, okay. Oh, fast. That was fast. Thrilling gameplay here. Come on, give me big money, no whammies. No whammies. Do I have a gambling issue? I've never bought in a lottery ticket, just saying. Just Genshin pulls. They very much do. I already have a spoink. No, I'm talking about Minecraft. In Minecraft. Everything I said in the last like 20 minutes about it was Minecraft. Who up playing with their Pokemon? Come on, Cinder. Don't give me a Lechonk. Fuck. That's just as bad. That's the same, like, area you can just get a Fido. I'm not stopping until I get something worth stopping. Not Slut Duck. I want a legendary. I think it can happen. I'm so hungry. Saw her do that song live with Marisol, actually. I like literally can't believe, like, the tickets were like literally like 15 bucks or whatever, and then they like we didn't know who the persons were gonna be, and then they were like, yeah, it's gonna be Megan and Kim, and I was like, okay, right. No, literally. Because, like, I know people were like, nah, and then they were like, it's just like, people were like, yeah, it's just an after party. Bitch, it was at a full-ass stadium. Like, gagged the hell out of me. Because it was advertised like a party. Kim was the best of the night. Yeah. Well, I liked Megan's set, but I wasn't really there for a lot of it, so. But, like, Kim doing a song she's never done, I was like, oop. Uzi, thank you so much for coming in. That's what I'm saying. Literally, Marisol, that's what I thought too. That's why I bought it. I didn't expect to go to, like, I'm glad I dressed for the occasion too. Like, I'm glad I was wearing like pants and like a tank top. I'm glad I didn't like go in like a dress or like anything too heavy. Actually, I really like that outfit I wore for that too. Those pants were cute. The yellow tartan pants. I wish I got more pictures. I think I had too many kombuchas by Megan. I mean, it was... I was also the drink girl. I had to get everybody drinks. I was running up and down those stairs. I just love being on vacation. I miss it. Like, I want to go travel again. Like... I love traveling and just, this is gonna sound bad, but like spending money. Like, I love spending $20 on one drink. So, I'm that girl. I'm just like, we're on vacation, baby. Let's do it up. The pants are why I said hello. No, literally. Well, weren't you holding the title? You had a WWE belt. So I was like, hello. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet ya. Isn't that a Meghan Trainor and Nicki Minaj song? Nice to meet ya. Yeah, it is. Nicki's verse in that goes hard. I love Nicki's verse in that song. That's the only reason I listen to that song. It's back to that. I changed it to like a Pokemon background, but now it's back to Liv holding the title. I'm a huge WWE stan. I'm really trying to work an angle so I can hopefully get 2 of the authentic belts from WWE's website. Praying it happens this week, because I want them. I want the Divas belt and I want the SmackDown Women's title. I'm sad I'm not going to Survivor Series because it's in Boston, but whatever. And I could have gotten good seats. I just didn't want to go because if they're gonna be in a cage, it's gonna be hard to see. I would rather just watch it at home so I can see inside the cage than rather being like in the seat, like in the crowd and being like, and I also don't have to pay $300. I can just pay the $15 to watch on my computer. And I can order food and just like relax. Girl, we're not getting anything from this. So they said they're announcing the 5th on Friday, right? Is the pay-per-view this weekend? It is this weekend because it's Thanksgiving weekend. I remember that being the issue, is that I couldn't find anybody to go with because it's Thanksgiving weekend. So I was like, let's go. You need to keep up. Don't slip up. I could, hello? Just walking about? Okay, Flareon. If you need me to catch you up, I can catch you up to speed. I'd be willing to catch you up. The way this Flareon was just chilling in the wild. Okay, girl, go off. No. Work. Well, I need to catch all of them. For the Pokedex! I don't even know where we are right now. I'm just like out in the wild running around. So true. Watch my pre-roll ads. Yes, God. Watch the ads that they're gonna pay me $20 to run 5 bazillion ads. They're so stupid. My thing they offered me $20. They're offering other people like thousands of dollars. They offered me 20, dude. Twitch, you're silly. You're silly. Wait, can I just like do this? My mind. Girl, Belly Bolt, just die. I don't give a shit. Just killed my Slowking in the wild. Wait, this is so comfy. Oh, and good for my back. I'm sitting on my knees. I'm gonna fall over. Oh my god, wait, this is so pretty. Why are we so high up? I'm afraid of heights. I'm actually not. Girl. Ugh. Wait, did it say my Slowbro was level 49? When did that happen? I haven't eaten breakfast in like forever. Shax, thank you for the 100 biddies. I want an everything bagel from Starbucks so bad. The everything bagels from Starbucks slap. And I haven't been able to have it in forever because Starbucks is too fucking far away from where I live. And they don't deliver. They say they deliver, but they don't. I go to Google and I go, how can I order Starbucks? And they say it's on Uber Eats. And then I go on Uber Eats and it's not. I'm not mad. I just want a cake pop, a pink drink, and an everything bagel. That's all I want. I'm so... I didn't want to do that. At least I can catch this. That's what I'm saying. But also, there used to be a Dunkin' Donuts right across the street from where I live, and they shut it down, and they've lost so much business because it was a booming spot, and they'd always get, like, the kids when they go to school, they would drive past it and go to Dunks there. It was like the spot, and they got rid of it, and I used to be able to just walk across the street and get it, and they haven't made one for almost a year now. And I'm like, if you made a Dunks there again, it would literally pop off. Or anything. It used to be like a deli there too, and the deli would get so many, or like, they're missing a huge opportunity for money. Like, they could get so much money if they open a store there, but they just won't. And I'm like, how fucking hard is it? Like, even if it was just like a random convenience store, because it used to be just like a 7-Eleven. They closed it, and everybody on this side of town is like annoyed because we have to drive further to get to the shops because it was one of the only shops near where the like suburbs are. So it's just fucking annoying. Me just complaining about where I live. Yeah, I hate where I live. I live in a fucking ghost town. I wonder why these businesses keep shutting down in a small town like that. You'd think they'd have enough. Right. I think it was like during COVID, it like dipped, but like, I don't think it was that much of a dip to like, well, a lot of issue is that a lot of people in my town don't want to work, which is bizarre because there's a lot of kids here. So like, just, I don't know, hire them. I don't know. Hi, Senna. No, Marshall, it was like the spot. Like, everybody would go before school to get coffee, donuts, like, energy drinks. Like, it was the spot. I just am so confused on why it shut down. It had been open for, like, decades before. It was like the store. When it shut down, we were all shocked. Because it's like, what if you think of the town I live in, it's like one of the spots. I'm not gonna say what it is because I'm not gonna dox myself, but I'm farming right now because I'm pretty behind in levels right now, Setna. I did. But we got, from Wonder Trade, we got a Spirigato. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's always the vibe, baby. I don't know why you're not here. You're missing out. I don't think I have this Pokemon. Work. I can't believe these can go up to level 7. Like 7 stars. Oh my god, my legs. I like want to stand up. Just play. I'm here. Level 6 and 7 are where... Ew! That's stunning. Okay, I don't really... He is 49. That's fucking crazy. Well, we need to do the poison base and the Titan. So... I said I was gonna do that and then we didn't. So let's go here. I need something to drink. I need something to eat. It's like 2 a.m. I'm gonna not be able to order anything. I don't know like who I want to keep in my team. I haven't really decided. I really don't want to keep Kiwahiko in the party anymore. I don't. I just don't. That's just my opinion. Just does too much damage that I'm like, kinda need him. I do like funny guy. He's level 1. Ugh. Could use Flareon. I know, literally. It's like sad that I'm not like really in love with like a lot of the mods. I mean, I am, I don't know. I wish Trapinch was in this game in Apom. I really wish. Makes me so sad. I want a Trapinch plushie. Bro. Bruh. Who knows this? If you beat one level 40-ish Pokemon with that, we'll go to like 14. Fierce. Going the wrong way. Is this Gen 9? What is that? What is this? I am in love with it. What is it? What is this? I am literally in love with this thing. What the fuck is this thing? It is so cute. New fave. I am literally in love. It is so fucking cute. What the fuck? Not even seconds ago I was saying I'm not. It's ice too? It's adorable. I love it. Can this... Hello, they're flocking towards me. Get away. Get off my back. Okay, guys. Yeah, well now I got one of you hostage, so back it up. Look, they're still in my face. Get out of here, freaks. Stop. I can't. Literally get off. Go away. Thank you. It is so cute. I literally love it. What the fuck? I like this Pokemon too. Slay. Ah, man. Who wanted to learn Will-O-Wisp? I skipped that so fast. I didn't mean to do that. I love Slackoth. Oh my god! And he turns into Slack King. Love it. I need to somehow make it over this wall. Yes! Exactly, that's why I chose it, because Cyndaquil is like one of my favorites of all time. Oh my god, yes, we made it! Okay. I have to go to the entrance. You guys suck, Poopy. I don't want to walk all the way over there. Hi, fighting games. Alright, are you happy I came this way, and then I'm gonna go through the entrance you want me to go through? Alright, don't bang into the tree. You're fine. Into the thick of it! Into the thick of it! Oh, Impidimp. Wait, I should catch it. Silly Pokemon. What?! Why was Zora disguised as Impidimp? I didn't know Zora could... I love Zora. Like, I actually love Zora a lot. I'm happy we caught one, but like... I didn't know it could do that. Oh, hey, it's this guy. Gruffy fight. I don't know. Oh, okay. You wanna fight? Not U-turn. You don't have anyone to run away with. Silly. This is gonna kill it. Oh, no! Oops. Thank you so much for the biddies. I don't know why my big command isn't working. So true. Love that. I love Bakugan. I need to fix that. My bidding thing hasn't been working for a while. I don't know what that's about. There's so many Pokemon in this area. What is that? No, this is Scarlet. I bought it because I saw a lot of my friends getting Violet. So I wanted to have the opposite, so if we needed to do version exclusives, I could do that. But I'm realizing there's more differences as I keep playing that I didn't realize. Especially with the bicycle thing. Yeah, I'm actually ready. Yeah, mine walks around and the other one's like he has heavy balls. He has the bicycle feature on him, but he doesn't use it. He just has large fucking nuts. Oh, nothing. What is that? I didn't know Gulpin had an evolution. Is that new? Can you go to this mon right here? Thanks. I've never seen that evolution ever in my life. Tinkles is fucking him up. Yes, Tinkles. What's up, fuckers? You wanna fight? You wanna fight? You wanna fight? Your mom! Your mom! Your fucking mom! Yeah, the performance is really struggling right now. Oh, this bitch is fierce. Hello? Hello? Oh, fierce. The painted nails? That's a lot of damage. I didn't know they had one more. Well. Wow. Oh, you have more? You gagged me. The other ones only had one Pokemon. Well. I feel like I'm gonna insta-kill this. The music here is good, bitch. I'm popping my pussy. Insta-kill, watch this. Thanos snap. And that's how you clear a bitch. No challenge. Easy as pie. I've never had pie. Forgive me, my friends. That's okay, you're cute. Stop. About a year and a half ago. Oh, cute. He is a pretty boy. Can someone do me a favor without spoiling it? What is the, I don't know, but I love her. Don't you love her? She's stunning. Can someone tell me what the significance of these 5 characters are? Because I haven't read any of the dialogue. Without spoiling it. Cute. So cute. Gong shot? Excuse me? Why are so many of the GYMS in this game hot? They are really cute, yeah. I like that there's so many unique designs in this game opposed to just like basic as fuck. Fuck off, Talos, she's mine. No, I like his mask. It's really cute. I like his like aesthetic. Oh my god, I didn't even realize the uniform underneath his attire. Look, it's the uniform. Wait, are they all wearing the uniform underneath? We can't talk about McDonald's because I literally ordered it yesterday and you're gonna make me want to order it again. I can't do this. I can't keep ordering McDonald's every day of my life. I can, but... Shut up, Telos. You guys are sick. Are you guys paying? I won't lie to you guys. I tried using Marshall's card the other day and it declined. Hi, meow meow. Yesterday I got 2 large fries, a Sprite, and a 20-piece nugget, which was pretty good because I finished like everything. Usually I order the 40-piece meal with 2 large fries and a drink, and it's like a meal and it comes for $15, which is a pretty good deal. But I usually have leftovers and the leftovers just never get eaten. But it's just a good deal for that price. Thanks, meow meow. I don't think they have that still. I want the Pokemon Kids meal. I wanted it and I never got it. Because you know what? I am single and sad and nobody is near Massachusetts. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I hate this character. She literally looks so... She's annoying me. Miss Penny. Of course you have blue hair and pronouns, Miss Penny. I want her backpack. She needs to give it to us. Like, I'm about to rob her. Not IKEA land. I also hate that she has a nice outfit. Like, give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. What the fuck was that? Oh. What is that? The squad of them chilling. Hey guys. I don't even think McDonald's will be open. It's what, 2 a.m.? I don't think they would deliver. Actually, I ordered last night at 2 a.m., so maybe they would. I'm not ordering it unless somebody drops a tip or something, because I can't keep spending money with Christmas coming. I actually have to buy stuff for my family. That sounded rude. I usually don't buy stuff, but my sister and everything, they need stuff. I've just been ordering so much takeout, like, I need to balance it out. Someone needs to tip a pretty girl. So I want to do this Titan. But do they need things? I'm gonna be honest with you, probably not, but my sister and I haven't had a Christmas in like 5 years. So I'd like to get us something. Because our family is too poor to get us presents. So we haven't had one in a while. And I finally have money for Christmas. So I would like to do something for Christmas. If I can't splurge on another person, like romantically, I'll just stick with Familia. Which Titan? The lake one. Don't spoil, I don't want to know what it is. That's my baby. I want that hat. That beanie. Where do we get it? That snowy beanie. I want it. Work. Correct. I actually didn't want to catch this, but whatever. Let me go get my phone to see if we can get dinner. Shangela didn't win Dancing with the Stars. Asuka slaps the shit out of Rhea. I'm crying. She smacks the fuck out of her. Why does this bitch on Cashapp keep requesting me money? She keeps like requesting fucking. No, I don't want to give it a nickname. Yeah, I'm really excited for Street Fighter 6. We usually do a lot of Capcom content here. I just have been like literally all these AAA games have been like it's just one after another. Like I'm trying to get it all done. I work with 2K, Capcom, AMD, and G Fuel. It was fun for me. I really wish the delivery fee for McDonald's was not $11, because like if it literally wasn't $11, I would order it right now. Literally $11 to get a delivery. Because then it charges like then it's like $30 for dinner. Sports are coming fast. You're invited. Thanks. Yeah, fuck Gotham Knights. That did not make me pleased. When are the next Mario Kart maps coming out for... Where are those at? December 7th? What do you mean all of them were supposed to be out by December 31st? Like all of the maps? I think you've been lied to. We still have like so many packs left. There's like 6 packs. I want that fucking mouse Pokemon. It's so cute. But oh, we haven't been anywhere near the lake. Oh, wow. I guess we're gonna go. So why not? We have to make our way over there. I need a Sudowoodo. I just can't stray from my objective. I know, it's insane that it's still a thing. But, you know, we take it. What is that tower? Are we playing Breath of the Wild? What is that? Oh, the music here. Listen. Oh, I love the Can you stop interrupting my music? Okay, Slowpoke. I don't think we're gonna catch this. They are so high level. Ah, close. A Dragon Pulse? I'm gonna go. Dragon Pulse. Right. Okay. Oh, cute. I'll do this one. That's my patient. That's my patient. I miss Diddy Kong Racing. It's sad. Oh, wow. Okay. That's a lot of damage. We might not win this one. You better not. No, 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 no. Okay. That was scary. Oh. No. No healing. No. No. Yeah. Wait. Misty Seals, thank you for the raid. Party of 8. Oh, I'm dead. How was the stream? Welcome in, everybody. I'm Nemesis. My pronouns are she, her. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm a trans femme variety streamer. Welcome to the stream. We're deciding on if we want to get McDonald's tonight. We're doing some Pokemon terrestrialized battles. I don't know if that's what they're called. But welcome to the stream. I died again. Pick up the pace, teammates. Come on. They're just standing there. Do something. Charlie, let's go. You are unserious. It keeps taking my health. Stop. Why are they not doing anything? What the hell? We're gonna lose because they're doing nothing. That's not even fair. Oh, congratulations. I hope you enjoyed. Enjoy your rest. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. That was so BS. It literally had 1 health. Girl. That's it. I'm getting me mallet. What is it weak to? Like, what was that? What was its, like, form? I don't even know what that is. So fighting and fairy. Fighting. Fairy. Don't think I have a single Pokemon to do that. Fighting. Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Speaking of loving it, McDonald's. Oh. I hate, we actually need to start banning words about talking about food in chat, because like it literally makes me want to order food every day and I can't keep doing it. no damage. Okay, we're in a better spot. Work. Yeah, but I want Macas. Can you just give me money, Marshall? God. Go rob a bank. That sounds good, but I don't know how to, like, set out timeout words. I guess I'd have to look into it. There's a lot of things I have to do on the back end, but I just keep, like, I keep streaming, so, like, I can't keep up with, like, the back end, if that makes sense. Like, I wanted to do the Pokemon thing of, like, what is it week 2 for my stream deck, but I didn't, because I'm stupid. Honestly, I want to rob a bank. Like... Why are, in Minecraft, why are they taking the money? I want it. Give me it. I deserve it. I don't want to go to jail. I'll go to gay baby jail. In Minecraft. I didn't know Sunkern involved into that bitch. That I was shocked. Like, actually. If I walk into this water and the Titan jump scares me, I'm literally gonna cry. What is that? I'm scared. I don't like the water. Stop! You're scaring me. Dratini! Fuck! I want a Dratini. Give it to me now. What? They can be, but no. I do challenge alone, which is like a fuck. It crit. I do it offline just so it's quick, but like when it gets to like higher ranks, it will be real people. But I didn't want to do it just because like It would take forever. What is that? Stop! Stop! Ew! What is that? I don't like being in the water in this game. I want to leave. I want to leave. I don't want to go to there. What is that? Everything scares me in this lake. It's not even like a nice place. Why is that a 1-star raid in this area of level 50 Pokemon? I just want to know. Why is the Titan not spawning? Hello? Do I have to find it? Where is it? I'm scared. I don't want to find it. I actually don't want to find it. I actually don't want to find this Titan. The first one? Huh? What are you guys talking? You guys are weird. You guys are silly. You guys are tricking me. Ah! Golduck is scary. Hi, Slowpoke. Look at him. Oh, I thought you guys meant over here. Oh my god! What is that thing? It's so big. I'm gonna go. I don't like how it's under the water. Like, just be at the surface, please. Hi. What? Now I definitely don't want to go in the water. Yeah, I should have changed my character, but it's fine. Donatella Versace House Don Bootsru, how are you? False dragon. You silly goose. You're so silly. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Electro Ball! Yeah! Get wrecked. You can't do anything, bitch. It's all fun and games until I actually die. Don't do that. No, 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 no. Your freaking mom. Oh, watch. This Mimikyu is gonna fucking wreck this false dragon. I'm not underleveled. I'm on par. Could someone underleveled do that? Exactly. Funny Guy's disguise. I didn't even... Silly. It's super effective, but didn't do any damage. That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, back up. Ew. What was that? That was no animation. They literally just sunk it down. Girl, Game Freak, please. What do you mean find it? It's right there. Wait, no, don't move. Come back. I just think, I deserve $1 million. She was ugly, and I'm at peace with that. I love the slowpokes in the lake. It's so funny. Period. Period. I'm just here to fight. Hello. What the fuck? How did you get here? The fish. Right there. How do you not see it? He just ate it. That is so... I fell asleep and did I realize I came from Nemesis Rain. Hi, Mary! What the fuck is it doing? Calm down. Thunder Punch. Exactly. Yeah. Paralyze it. It didn't. Oh wow. Oh okay, wow. Oh, okay, wow. No, you don't have to do that. Yeah, do it on him. Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that guy. Don't kill me. Because I'm so sexy. Exactly. Do it on the other guy. Yes, yes. Exactly. Exactly. Literally exactly. 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 Now we paralyze it. Paralyze it. Aw, man. Don't hit me. Fuck. Yes! Oh my god, Raichu, you're a god. Period. I didn't do much. because I thought it would. Yeah, kill the Peter Griffin squirrel. Work. What do you mean? How is it still alive? What? It has no health. Shut up. It literally had no health. Like, that is ridiculous. Taking a cheap shot at Tinkles. That was fucked. Oh, yay. Huh? 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 That ain't right. This ain't right. This ain't right. That is so messy. That's messy boots. Yes, Raichu can use fly. That is so cheap. Yeah, fuck him up. Fuck him up. The damage. Girl, I can't. Like, actually. Paralyze him! Oh my god, why wouldn't it paralyze him? Oh my god, Raichu. Raichu is so good and he's so like under. I actually am standing. What happened? Tell me. Let's try Mimikyu. Fuck. Shut up, you're lying. That is so... That is horrible, Milkshake. I am so sorry. Well, you can live vicariously through us. That is so... I'm so sorry.
That's insane, though. I'm so sorry you went through that. It's literally sweeping my team right now. Bro. Thing's a joke. Suck fucking balls. No one is ever good for me. I'm not really paying attention to the story, so I want to, but I just can't read. I don't know. I'd like it has to be very I don't know. It has to be something so like important to me that I'm reading it, but otherwise I'm just like whatever. It's so cold. Just the pictures were a little different. They're kind of the same every time. What's the power up for this one? Yes! Yes! Thank you, God. I like that his hair is like the same as the dog. It's kind of cute. What is with these games and like dogs that are like dying lately? It is very sad to just watch. I hate it. We played like 3 games in a row that have dogs die. Like, girl. I don't think I've ever been that emotional at a game when I was like at the end of God of War. I was so emotional. Crazy. Bro, is he really gonna die? There's no way. Oh, he's so cute. That Pokemon about to make me cry. That is so sweet. I thought the dog was about to fucking die. I said, girl, trauma. If I was a kid playing this, trauma. Yes, I can. Yeah, everybody on Violet's playing because they're like, the professor's hot in Violet. And I'm like, okay, so you like cardboard cutout gay guys. You like the bare minimum. Sada is Arvin's mom. Oh my god, there's so many slowpokes over there. My home. My boys. My children. Look at them, they're so silly. Their heads like weirdly pivoting. Park. The new Avatar movie. What is HY? Where do you get the beanie? They don't even know where you get the beanie. Please. Wait, so there is a new Avatar movie? Like the blue, not like Avatar Airbender. It comes out in December? That feels like such a like quick turnaround time. That's crazy. I like didn't even know it was in production. That's crazy. Oh, these are cute shoes. Where the fuck are these beanies? Like the winter beanies. Like I want one. Where the frick is it? It can't be. There's no way. Not here. There's only 3 towns with clothing. We went here. This is all like summery stuff. Title update. Oh. No. There are winter hats, I swear. I remember seeing them. What the fuck? I'm literally not crazy. That is crazy that has been in production for 10 years. When do we give up? Literally, if my job for 10 years was to animate the same goddamn movie, I'd be like, I'm done. Like, I'm out. You're lying. How are you guys gonna... How are you gonna have these... We're so close. It has to be in this town then if they're gonna have these hats. I guess it's gonna be a series. Oh, I guess. I don't know. I haven't even cared about that like, for years. Like, it's so outdated. I'll be shocked if it does well. Like, honestly. Yes, no. Okay, like, actually, why is it taking so long to load? Like, these load times are the most frustrating thing, actually. See? Oh. These are not the ones I wanted. God damn it. I don't know. Literally just trying to find this fucking hat. Why are they always fingerless mittens? What if I want to wear an actual glove? Ever think of that? Have we ever thought of that? This is the weird sports store. Alright, it's not in this town, I guess. What? Okay. I swear it wasn't here, but thank you for checking for me. I swear it wasn't here though. Blech. 6 gym leaders. Just finished the last Titan, and about to head to the winter area. Cool. Hi, Go Sky. How you doing? I want your bags. Rough and tough. Rough and tough. Alright, let's go look. Rough and tough. Move, I thought that was a blue Jigglypuff. I said, what the fuck is that? But it's not. Oh. Hello. This is not the right store, but I'm just gonna check it anyways. No, this has the same... They have the same... Okay. Excuse me. Work. No. Wait. This is getting weird. Hold on a second. Because... Where is that store? Where is it? There was one we really loved. Where to have it? I am going crazy. Because there's actually a store. I'm not going crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm literally not crazy. You might think I'm crazy. I got you, baby. Womanizer. Move. Boy, you trying to boy, you trying to damn creep. Oh, is it? I thought we were just there, right? The fucking lag. It takes so long. Okay, now I'm getting mad with the features. I swear we were just here, but maybe we weren't. Let's see. That makes me mad. The map in the custom inventory takes too long to load. Like, a solid, like, 10-second delay. Literally, that app is so laggy. It's so bad. They were not expecting all of us to go. Yes! Oh my god, thank you. These are the hats I've been looking for. Thank you, Live Glitch. Thank you. I'm not crazy. Jesus Christ. Oh, they do let us wear gloves. I really like the burgundy one. Oh, those are cute with the thing. I think there's a backpack that looks like that. We're gonna run around trying to find these shoes. Dun, 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 dun. Whoa, these go for a lot of money. I'm gonna sell this. Let's sell this. Sell this. Sell this. Sell this. Lady Lay! Hi, Angel! Thanks for the raid. What's going on? How you doing, everybody? Everybody coming in, my pronouns are she, her. Trans Femme Variety streamer. Just playing some Pokemon. If you don't want any Pokemon spoilers, I suggest leaving now. We're pretty far in the game, but thanks for the raid. Hi, Reina. Hi, Bonnie. Welcome in, everybody. How did you like it? Don't spoil anything, but how did you like it? Because I'm looking to play that possibly tomorrow. That expensive bag store, where is it? But thank you for the raid, lady. I really appreciate it. Hope you had a good time playing it. I've heard good things. I've heard good things. I enjoyed it. I saw mixed reviews on Steam, but I think it's because the like ports and like there's glitches with like the optimization of PC, but they said they're updating it, so. Favorite for sure, but co-op or bugs. Yeah, I've heard. I wouldn't be playing co-op though, I'd kind of just be chilling. But I'm glad you loved it, because I'm really excited to play it. It looks really fun. I like that it's like kind of like old school horror, like slasher, like just like scariness, you know? What am I gonna do again? I'm gonna buy another expensive bag because I'm what? Impulsive. Exactly. Period. I'm excited then. Thank you for sharing. I'm usually a big fan of those games. Oh, that's such a cute bag. I don't know which one I want to buy. Oh, the red one is fierce. They're all so pretty. Oh! I could buy two. We could be bad and buy two. This one's so cute. I like the red one though. God, this fucking bug, get out of here. Ooh, but a beret. I think these match the bags. Stop! This bug is like in my face. Get out of here, freak. Let's do the red one. Yes, I would love to equip it right now. Right now. I wish there were red rim glasses, but I don't think those exist. There's only red in the specs. I actually think they're kind of cute. Yeah, I don't like the ending to Man and Medan. It kind of just felt like stupid. I think Man and Medan is probably the my least favorite. I think it goes by order of how they're released. Like the newest one is the best, then House of Ashes, and then wait, no, there was one after that, wasn't there? There's 4, right? Why can't I think of all of them? Let's go here. I don't know what the best way to travel would be. I guess here. But everybody follow Lady, please. If you haven't already. I feel like that's like obvious when someone raids us. Like, follow them challenge. Hello. Wait, I have the thing I can walk on walls now, so I can just do whatever I want. Easy. Loser. How do I climb wall? Can you please? Girl. Little Hope, yes. Little Hope. That's what it's called. I liked that one, but it was literally the same. I said, what the? Like a frog. I love my bazongas. Oh. Oh, wow. Where are we going? Oh, wow. I don't know where we are. This is scary. Oh! Fuck. It's so ugly. I hate that Pokemon. Hey, Delibird. Love Delibird. It'd be weird if they didn't have Delibird in this game, considering one of the stores is called Delibird Presents! Bitch, I'm climbing this mountain. Oh my god. He doesn't count. Even though his name's Delibird. He doesn't count. Ew, why is that Pokemon in this game? I hate that Pokemon. Where am I right now? Like, actually. Is that a Squirtle? I literally thought that was Squirtle. I said, what? I'm about to clear this bitch with ease. Like, actually. Like, I feel bad for her. I literally did the electric gym, Marshall. What is she doing? She's not asking me to fight. I said I did it to safety earlier. Don't put words in my mouth, sir. I literally said I did it. Go get the clip. Not liking rock. What level is she gonna be? I'm scared. Oh. Da, da. Why did my move not hit her? Do you mind? On my phone, but okay. I'm chilly. It's cold. I wonder how cold it is in Massachusetts. Let's look. Weather. 39 degrees. Fahrenheit. Sorry. Oh, it has a third evolution? Oh, that gags me. Oh, I could have used... I literally could have used my water type move and it would have... hit. Oh. Well. Yeah, it's honestly like the same thing, but with like a wig. I'm like, oh. Oh, thank you for the reference that I don't understand. Thank you for making the reference to Avatar, because you know I haven't seen Avatar. You're an asshole. No, I haven't seen anything, because I literally remember my friends were watching it and like didn't invite me to the Discord call. Like I literally, they say to this day that that's not how it went. No, they watched it without me. I remember it. I've seen compilations of Toph getting like being sassy or tough. And like her like gagging everybody. Oh, what a cute move. Oh, I love that. I'm scared. I don't want to evolve it because I'm scared of what it's going to turn into. I've seen the last episode of Avatar, and that's the only one I've ever seen. I watched the last one ever. I'm so toxic. I still need to finish Demon Slayer. Like, that's what I need to watch next. I need to watch Demon Slayer so I can be nice to myself and buy the Demon Slayer video game because I want to buy it. The way I'm gonna lose this fight. I just want another season of Total Drama with the original cast. I will pay exorbitant amount of money for it. I miss Heather and Gwen and Lindsay and Courtney. I don't want to watch, like, I'm gonna watch the new season. I'm not gonna be happy about it, but I'm gonna watch it. It's just comfort for me. Thanks, my sweet condor. Now I'm in the top 3. I shouldn't have done that. Stop spamming that move, you fucking loser, Nimona. Like, do you have anything else in your itinerary? You're literally a fucking loser. Sorry. Look, she's gonna do the same move again. Look, watch, 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 watch. You're a loser. You're literally a fucking loser. Go suck on your thumb. Back home with your mom. Like, I can't. You're such a fucking loser. If she kills this Pokemon, I swear on God. I swear, if she kills it, stream's over. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought, bitch. Kill her. Instant kill her. Exactly, 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 Meowscara, da ba 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 ba. What an annoying ass bitch. Of course you have green bangs and pronouns. When I stay up all night, what then? Sorry. Fixing my sleep schedule, check. Just kidding. If I ever do that, I would literally be broken in the next day. Like, dead ass. If there's no reason for me to be awake earlier than 5 p.m., I'm not waking up. I don't think I should either. Why doesn't the snowman have a face? That's sad. Is it like a sled race? Oh, you suck. Oh, it is a sled. I was like, this is lame. It's also like not cooperating the right way. This is so glitchy. Oh, this is so budget. This is not the tea, girl. Oh, this is shit. This isn't even fun. This is glitchy. Does it feel like this on Violet? Because it doesn't have feet? That was literally terrible. That wasn't even fun. That was literally glitchy as hell. I'm about to clear this bitch with ease, like, actually. I like peanut. Night fighting games, thanks for hanging. The snow is pretty. As much as I hate snow. Y'all know how I feel about snow. Hello. Here comes Queen. Queen off. Queen off. I'm freezing. Me too. I take it you're the challenger. I want that scarf. Grusha! I'm a snowboarder. I'm a pro, actually. I'm the gym leader. I saw you on the slopes. Your skills, pretty cool. But I'd like to not let that go to your head. Winter mountains are dangerous. They can throw your life right off course, easy as that. Same thing with Pokemon battles, really. It's always the most dangerous when you're there, just starting to get the hang of things. Today's not a great day to face me, you know. You sure you want to battle me? Yeah, bitch! Wait, this is a he-him. I'm sorry to misgender. I just genuinely thought they were very femme-presenting. I thought I saw in art there was like femme art of this person. Well. Yeah, with Torch Song 2, it's over. Yeah, you, wait. Yeah, I'm not evolving that. I'm not evolving. I don't like that. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah, I don't like that. That noise? Oh my god. Who's learning Heal Pulse? Oh. Oh shit. I wanted to. I have an idea. I'm gonna keep Slowbro, Psychic, and Stats, and then I'm gonna make Slowking Water. So like, Slowking can make them fall asleep and then disable its moves, and then Slowking is watered down. I don't know why I did that. Oops. Oh. That's why I did that. This bitch is about to do his. Oh wait, it's a little headband. So cute. Yikes, dude. Yikes. Yikes. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me, dude. Couldn't be me. Not so uncool. Oh, that is such a cute picture. Oh. Goodbye. I want that outfit. Give it to me. All right, nobody run into me while I'm walking out of here. Like, literally get out of my face. Get out of my face. Don't look at me. Get away. Fuck! Who is this? She is so cute. I love that outfit. Ah! Poppy! So cute! She's one of the Elite Four. Right. Okay. That's kind of the gag of the season. She's literally one of the Elite Four. That child. Okay. Work. I literally DJAF, I'm doing the last gym. I don't care. Like, I literally don't care right now. I'm about to wreck this bitch too. And what? Feel my wrath. Should have marked on my map. Yeah, very gender envy. I did that last game though. It was pretty gender. Oh, this town looks really cute. Oh, how cute is this? It's like a lodge, like getaway. Oh, I love it here. This is cute. Yeah, this is a cute fucking town. We're about to fight a ghost gym leader. This is the ghost gym leader. What is Ghost Week 2? Oh, this is really cute. Hi, Obama. Oh, the music. Do you see like the little candles around the map because it's the ghost? I love, that's like a really cute detail. Ghost is weak to ghost and dark. Oh, then we're fine. That's not what I wanted to press. My fucking god. Don't. Don't even try it, Miss Bitch. Don't. Get away! Exactly. My name is Nemesis. Yes, thank you so much. A stage? What the fuck? Sledge. Hello, Sledge. Wait, aren't you cold? I know, I would fuck up hot chocolate. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Oh, yes! Music? Double battles? We haven't done this yet. Nothing like introducing it at the end of the game. The music? Like, I'm literally popping my fucking pussy. Shut up. I love the bass. I'm so this music. I like want to I want to drink and I want to dance. Like I'm so into it. Thank you for reviving my Pokemon. Cowboy. This Android 18 and 17 fused. Wrecked. This is the best battle so far. I missed, but whatever. Correct. I think he's cute. Yeah, I think he's really cute. I like his story that he has, so pretty solid. Gasp! He's fighting us himself? I'm gonna pop that Drift Bloom. I think it's a kind of a mullet, isn't it? It literally just blew itself up. Girl! You're crazy. Bring on the main number. You're lying. I haven't even found one yet. I want one so bad. For Adventure Time, thank you for the follow and the raid. Foxy Ginger Kitten, thank you for the follow as well. Thanks for the raid, everybody. Anybody coming in, I'm a trans femme variety streamer, retro variety streamer. We're currently doing Pokemon. This is our 8th gym badge. But thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? Oh, this girl is fierce. Fierce. No, go back. No, 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 no. I want to go. Why would you kill the hype like that? Go. I want to go. Why would you stop like that? You guys are stinky.
How was your stream? What did you play over there? Thank you so much. Slay! Oh, thank you for the raid. Slay. Here, let me drop a follow. Exciting. What's your team look like right now? I'm a big fan of Slowpoke, so I have like all of the Slowpokes on my team right now. Except for the original, but that's because he would not be a service to the team right now. Hi, Red. Who is this random person on stage? Girl. I love Tinka-Tink. So cute. Oh, I love this music though. The little bow in the back. Oh. Wait, I love this. This is so cute. She is so pretty. I mean, just waltzing up. The shoe. Wait, her gimmick is like rap battle. That's cute. I love that. Yes, me too. She's like so like I'm obsessed. Like I love like the colors just work. I would never think of matching like black and gold with like that teal color, but fierce. Oh, I like that we're doing like the double battle. Fierce. Wait, no, go back. We have to get Mimikyu's thing down. I almost wasted it on Mimikyu. Yeah, a lot of the trainer designs in this game are like the best they've ever been. Like the gym leaders, like the design, team stars, like characters. All really solid. Oh wow. I know, I love like every single thing on the screen. I'm like, blah, blah, blah. I love it. No, same. Like I've done 3 streams of this so far, and I'm just getting to the gyms. I know I look like I'm pretty far in the game, but like before, like the first 3 streams, we were just running around doing nothing. So I totally understand that. I was like, I need to progress today, like actually do something. This one doesn't feel like this is like higher level. Like this feels like they want you to do this earlier in the game, not like last. Yeah, we just did the final Titan. Huh? Ma'am, I don't think that's like, I think that's against the rules. That is so cute. Oh. Who do they want you to do last? The ice one? Or what's her name with the purple hair? She's pretty high level.
work. Well, the ice one was easy for me because literally fire. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that she was hard. She was really hard. Ah, Tinkles. I just think the soundtrack is a thing of beauty. Like, I love it. Is anyone gonna be offended with me eating my food that gets delivered on stream? I don't feel like ending to eat. So. Yikes. Uh-oh. I hope Raichu doesn't have damage. Oh no. This is where we take an L. Oh god. My controller's dying too, the fuck? I still have to do the fairy guy. Oh, yikes. That doesn't do a lot of damage. Oh, fuck. Stop doing this dialogue! Can I fight? My god. Cool. Come on. Also realizing the characters I have in right now are just Pikachu characters. I didn't realize that. That's funny. Can we just... Perfect. And that's how we do it. We have done every gym, every Titan, and almost every thingy. I liked that. I liked the duel battle. That was fun. Work. Yeah, I'm not going there yet. Let's relax. Hi, Dylan. Thank you. Oh. Oh, everybody's fucking dead on my team. I'm gonna go back to the main town.
Oh, we haven't done what's her name either. Like, okay, let's count how many seconds this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, like fully almost 5 seconds of stalling. Enough. It's so horrible. Why? Oh my god, because I'm not outside. Literally, fuck off. Yes, go here. All right, I'll be right back. First I was afraid, I was petrified. It is so fucking cold. It is so fracking cold. Thank you. Well, just like that, we're done with the gyms. Lol. Pretty fierce. The way, like, I'm not even tired. Like, this is bad. Like, it's literally 4 in the morning. Honestly, like, I want to, like, start Devil Within or Devil whatever, but I don't know. Well, you gonna stay up all night with me, Red? Let's do it. We'll play some of it tonight and then. Excuse me. McDonald's. Yummy. It is already 11%. I'm gonna mess up the quick times and people are gonna die. Apparently this one is really hard. Like, to keep people alive in. Which I'm scared, but. My only fear is that if we're staying up late, I have to like de-drag later, and like my family's gonna be awake and like everybody's gonna need to shower because they're going to work. So I'm like, where is my controller though? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I might bundle up into something a little more cozier just because, like, it's really cold right now. And while this is installing, I can do that really quick. Just because it's, like, freezing fucking cold. Like, it's so fucking cold right now. Okay, I'll be right back. Like, 2 seconds.